is quite likely to be quite a lengthy hearing meeting, and I would take the opportunity to thank all the council officers who've been involved in this case, because it's an enormous amount of work for them, and they have worked tirelessly to collate all the documentation and make this meeting happen. And I think at the head of that team is Amrita. Thank you very much, Amrita. And we're ready to start. So welcome to tonight's licensing committee meeting. I'm Councillor Paul Alexander and will be chairing the meeting, which is being broadcast live on the council's YouTube channel. Everyone is requested. Microphones must be muted unless you are speaking. Keep your camera turned on when speaking. The chat function will be disabled. If parties wish to add any further information other than at their allotted time to speak, they must use the raise hand function. I also ask participants to please keep their questions and comments brief and to the point. I now move on to item 1 on the agenda, apologies for absence. I've had an apology from Councillor Campbell Simon, and I understand he's had communications with Charlotte Dexter, and his time is being allocated to Charlotte. Are there any other apologies for absence?
No other apologies for absence.
Thank you. Declarations of interest. Do any members, and that by that I mean the councillors, do members have any declarations of interest?
No, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Item 3, Papa John's Pizza, 63 Fulham Grove, London, Southwest 6 1QR. I ask everyone participating to please introduce yourself as I call your name. Firstly, Amrita, are you speaking? You're on mute.
Sorry, I just had somebody called Matthew Hunt join, and they're not on my attendance list, so I just wondering if they could confirm who they were and if they've made a
okay.
Yep. There is a Matthew Hunt that submitted a representation.
Okay,
so he would be ready to speak. And also I think Charles McTaggart is also on here, but he's not on the attendance list, but he did submit a valid representation, so is entitled to speak.
Yeah, I'm happy for Matthew Hunt to be in the meeting. So I'll go back to, and I'm going to ask everyone participating to please introduce yourself as I call your name. Walati Rator, the applicant's representative.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Walati Rator. I'm here representing the applicant, which is PJ Corp Stores Limited.
Thank you. Richard Campbell, the applicant.
Good evening, Chair. My name is Richard Campbell. I'm the Regional Operations Manager. I cover this.
Thank you. Lorna McKenna, Licensing Officer.
Present, Chair.
Thank you. Adrian Overton, Licensing Officer.
Present, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Gerta Kahalaj.
Present, Chair. Good evening.
Safa Hussain, who's a legal observer.
Present.
And Catherine McTaggart, local resident.
She is there. Catherine?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Wissam Bustani.
Yes, hello, I'm here from Fulham Grove.
Thank you. I hope that pronunciation was correct. Simon Jones, local resident.
Yes, here.
Martin Band.
Yes, Martin Band, local resident. I'm here.
Thank you. Graham Saltmarsh.
It's Andrew Collins here. Graham is unfortunately out of touch at the moment, travelling, but sends his apologies.
Thank you. Does that mean he's going? Apologies for late, or apologies he won't be here at all?
Apologies that he won't be here at all.
Thank you.
But I have said to him it's not a vote situation, but he has handed on his vote.
Okay. Andrew Collins.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Ellen Lewis.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Baha Ghaffari.
Yes, hi, I'm here. Thank you very much.
Miranda Gilpin.
Yes, Chair, I'm here as well, representing the Vanston Place Management Company.
Thank you very much. Harris Spencer Smith, resident.
Yeah, present.
Thank you. John Schooling, resident, and you'll be representing James White.
Present.
Councillor Ben Coleman.
Sorry. Yes, I'm here. Thanks.
And and you're representing two residents according to my list. And Charlotte Dexter.
Yes, I'm here. And James Hurst wrote to Lorna that John Scolding should take his time. I have that in an email.
I'm sorry, could you?
Yes, a responder, James Hurst,
Yes.
Hirst, wrote to the licensing authority, to Lorna, and she wrote back to James Hurst that John Scolding would take James's time as he is in Dublin tonight. This was a few weeks ago.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Is that correct, Rita?
So I'm not on the list, Charlie McTaggart.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, James Hurst did email in, and I forgot to note it on the attendance list, so that is correct. Sorry. And
That I am not. That can I not represent myself on this? I've emailed and I've placed my objection.
Sorry, if I just interrupt, can I just ask that? Did you write in with the representation?
Yes, you did.
No, did you?
Yes.
Officers, is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. He just didn't confirm his attendance this evening. He did submit a valid representation.
Thank you very much. And
Thank
sorry to double check with you, but I need to.
No worries. Charlie McTaggart. Thank you.
Yeah, Chair. Forgive me coming in, Chair. I should have said this. You mentioned I'd been given time by 2 residents. My understanding was that I'd been given time by 3 residents: Rosalind Meyer, Lucilla Royden, and Ellen Lewis.
Okay, Councillor, I'll take that as is, but it's what's appearing on my list. But
Sorry to interrupt, Chair. I believe Ellen Lewis is representing herself. She's on the call, so maybe she.
Oh, is she? Oh, okay. Well, that's fine then. If she is, that's what I was given to understand. But that's fine.
So I'm going to explain the procedure. So before we begin, I can confirm that in addition to the main agenda, supplementary agendas A, B, C, D, E, and F containing additional information were published and were circulated on the 22nd, the 25th, and late this afternoon, which is the 26th. Before we consider the application, please listen as I explain the procedure the committee will follow. We will hear from the following. The licensing officer will introduce the application. Then we'll hear from the objectors, and finally we will hear from the applicant. Usually each party will address the committee for a maximum of 5 minutes. Following the presentation by all parties, the committee may ask questions of any. Following a presentation of all parties, the committee may ask questions of any party or other person present at the hearing. Except committee members, no party has the right to ask questions of any other party at any time during the hearing. Following the presentation and questions, each party will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes to sum up their case or representation. The committee will then retire for deliberations. Upon its return, I will announce the committee's decision. Please keep your remarks as concise as possible. Presenting officer, can I ask the licensing officer, Lorna McKenna, to introduce this application, please?
Thank you, Chair. On the 25th of July 2023, Walatara Thor of Licensing Law Consultancy submitted an application on behalf of PJ Corps Limited, the applicant, to vary the premises licence in respect of the premises known as Papa John's Pizza, 63 Walham Grove, SW6 1QR. The original application as applied was to vary the hours for late night refreshment and to add a condition as detailed below to the extension of provision of late night refreshment both indoors and outdoors Monday to Sunday from 2300 hours till 5 a.m. The hours open to the public midnight to midnight, and the condition to be added was the premises shall close to the public after 2 a.m. and then shall then operate solely as delivery service until 5 a.m. The premises currently benefits from a premises license, and the current license permits the following licensable activity: the provision of late night refreshment, indoors only, Monday to Sunday, 2300 hours to 23:30. The applicant has also proposed additional steps in the operating schedule to promote the 4 licensing objectives should the variation application be granted. On the 21st of August 2023, following correspondence received from the police licensing team, the applicant agreed to reduce the hours and add 4 extra conditions, which can be detailed in the report, to their license should it minded to be granted. The reduction in agreed hours are the provision of late night refreshment, both indoors and outdoors, Sunday to Thursday from 2300 hours till midnight, and Friday and Saturday from 2300 hours till 1 a.m. The hours that the premises will be open to the public is Sunday to Thursday, 10 a.m. till midnight, and Friday and Saturday, 10 till 1. So just to clarify, the application which is being considered is for the agreed hours. This evening is for the agreed hours in alignment with the reduction with the police. During the consultation period, the licensing section received 50 representations in total objecting to the application. Of these representations, 1 was received from a local councillor, Councillor Campbell Simon, 1 on behalf of the Vanston Place Management Company, 1 on behalf of the Barclay Road Conservation Area Neighbourhood Watch, and 47 representations from local residents, all in objection to the licence. The application has been advised in around with the statutory consultees and notified and advertised in alignment with the regulations. On the 6th of July, prior to the submission of this variation, an application had been submitted for a transfer to the premises licence with immediate effect from the previous licence holder, DFSI M25 Limited, to the current licence holder, PJ Corp Stores Limited. There has been 6 items circulated to all parties of further supplementary agenda, which have all been published. On the 22nd of September, 4 items were circulated, which was additional information submitted by residents and the Barclay Road Conservation Area Neighbourhood Watch in support of their objections. On the 25th of September, a further 1 item was circulated, which was a response from the applicant's representative to the supplementary agenda, which was circulated on the 22nd of September. And the final piece of supplementary agenda was circulated on the 26th of September, which was a response from a local resident to the supplementary agenda, which was circulated on the 25th of September. All members, all interested parties have received all supplementary agendas. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Lorna. Now I'm going to come to the objectors. Now, I have as you can appreciate, quite a long list to do. I have the 2 objectors who would have longer amount of time, and the councillor. Can I ask them if they would like to go first or later in being called?
Chair, I would be happy to speak after the residents have spoken, if that's okay with them and with you.
That's fine with me. And Charlotte Dexter, you are representing quite a few people. Would it be better for you to go later or first?
I think it'd be best to hear from the individuals first,
okay,
and then the group.
Okay.
More genuine, I think.
Thank you. Hopefully you'll see the wisdom of this, because this may save us some time as we go through. So can I call first John Scalding, who's a resident and speaking on behalf of James White. John, you have up to 10 minutes.
15 minutes. He has 15 minutes, Lorna.
Sorry, Charlotte, I have to take my time as is, and if I'm incorrect, I'll let the officer correct me, but at the moment on the list I only have John Scalding speaking on behalf of James White, but obviously we have, so I'm reading off a list of times. But let's see how we do with 10 minutes, and we'll go to 15 minutes, providing the officers don't tell me that I'm wrong in giving 15 minutes. John, please start.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me. This is a pretty complicated position in that we have had an application not that long ago and a decision in February earlier this year, which is not, and the application then is not hugely dissimilar, other than it's made by an applicant, which is a company which I understand has been in existence since March of this year, so a relatively new company. There are a number of issues that need to be addressed. Let's start with prevention of crime and disorder. There seems to have been some engagement, both by the applicant's representative and by some residents, around the issue of whether this is or is not a crime hotspot. And Mr. Rathore has pointed out that some representations have not necessarily reflected the entire or entirely correct position. I think the starting position from the Metropolitan Police Officer, as correctly quoted by resident Ellen, is that they believe this to be a crime hotspot. It's a crime hotspot whether you're 50 metres north or south of the application site. It's a crime hotspot in Fulham Broadway. It's a crime hotspot north of McDonald's. The adjacent areas to the site are all, sadly, very much the centre of regular, if not daily, activity that many of us as residents dislike and regret. The applicant talks about single data points. I think being in an area of high crime activity isn't really an issue around a single data point. It's not a function of a single site. You have to look at the site in the local area. Indeed, the planning policy and planning considerations require you to look at the local area and the adjacent areas. So it's not sufficient, I think, when looking at the application and assessing the impact purely to look at what happens on the premises site. I also think that the definition and the description as a crime hotspot is sadly a fairly accurate one. Many of us been involved in applications this year where there has been a significant amount of evidence produced around criminal and antisocial behaviour reports, all of which are within a very close distance to the site. I should just say I live about a minute and a half's walk from the site. I'm not on Walham Road. I live on one of the roads north of there, and I've been there for about 23 years. So I'm fairly close to that particular site. The applicant also seems to make some play on the fact that in 2 cases the police have agreed conditions. And I wonder what really is meant by this, because police conditions are not a magic wand. We all know.
They're fucking this.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we all know, having spoken as I have to local businesses, that crime is hugely underreported. Oh, sorry, I'm getting some background interference.
Charlie, can you please mute yourself?
So the person with Charlie's iPhone, could you mute your...
Yeah, I'll do it.
And Charlie's iPhone, could you please mute your microphone, please?
Yeah, I've just done that, Charlie. I've just muted it.
Thank you. John, please continue. I will give you a little bit of extra time because of the interruption.
Thank you, Chair. So the point I was making is in response to the applicant's advisor, who I think stresses, and it may well be particularly stressed in Agenda E, that the police have agreed conditions. And in that, he goes on, or in another part, goes on to say that it would undermine the position of the police if a decision went against those conditions. Well, I disagree with that, because we know that crime is underreported. We know that the police are massively under-resourced. In speaking to the police, later hours means longer hours of activity when, sadly, in this hotspot area, crime is like to take place and likely to draw even more or put even more demands on the police. And so I don't think it's right to say that it would undermine the police. The police are in an incredibly difficult position given the particular area that we are in. I noticed that in the four most recent cases, whether that's Morley's Swimming Pig, Select Chicken, or the Papa John's case, I think the police had also mentioned or agreed conditions, but in none of those cases did it stop the committee from rejecting the application. Because of the time constraints, I'm going to move on to noise and nuisance now. I mean, this probably since the pandemic has been one of the single biggest issues for residents because of the incredible growth and the huge numbers of dispatch riders operating in the area. In my particular road, we can have anything from 10 to 30 plus riders, well exceeding the motorcycle bays at any one time. It's a huge cut through area to get to other roads like the Dawes Road, the Fulham Road, King's Road, going the other way up to Lily Road. And there's a tremendous amount of activity from very early in the morning to very late at night. The reason why late hours are a problem, and as perhaps I can give you a real example. I'm in a house next to a house that is 3 flats, and on the other side of that house are another 3 flats. If a driver turns up, they arrive on our road, that arrival is itself noisy. Even electric bikes, I'm sad to say, make some noise. Usually they dismount, they open up the box or a lid, they close the box, they take out the food delivery. They normally open a gate, they then get to a front door, they ring the doorbell or knock on the door. And as I've, even in cases where sadly recipients have requested that doorbells are not rung. If they can't get through, they have enter into a phone call to try and find the recipient. The individual usually leaves their flat, closes the door, walks down the stairs, gets to the front door, opens the door, closes the door after a discussion. All of this is audible late at night, partly because it's generally so quiet. There is no other ambient daytime noise around to deafen it out. Once you get to the later hours, these types of event are incredibly noisy. But once back inside, the happy recipient of the pizza or burger will go back up the stairs and close the door, all of which we can hear. And when I've spoken to my neighbours, it's not just the 4 members of my household who can hear it. It's the 2 flats, the 2 flats within the house where the recipient of the delivery is, and it's the 3 flats on the other side. And that's just the immediate, very touching distance of it. The point is, it's noisy. It's inescapably noisy at the point of delivery. There is, I fear, nothing that can be done by applicants to reduce that, other than for the licensing committee to say we should have reduced activity at certain hours and certainly not late hours. The point, by the way, of my example is that what you have is one very happy person who has the luxury of a pizza delivery, depriving 10 to 12 people who have the necessity of sleep and need sleep of that much needed sleep. And it's very well documented, the many negative effects of losing sleep. So it's disproportionate, is my point. One person can create a huge amount of disruption, even in that very tightly worked example, if it's late night, past 11:30, past midnight, into the early hours of the morning. Why is it important? Well, the applicant seems to suggest, I think in one reference to the case, for example, that typically lots of noise nuisance comes from people having parties and playing loud music. or people who really don't care and they live in short lets. Well, on my road, most of the lets, there are a couple of Airbnbs, most of the lets are 12-month assured tenancies. And actually, yes, of course, there are parties, because who wouldn't want to have a party every now and again? But actually, residents are very thoughtful about it. So short lets and loud music are not really the sources of noise here, as opposed to 7 days a week when we have to contend with the noise of deliveries. Sleep is critical to this. It's not just in the English Human Rights Act. It is a human right to have the peaceful and quiet enjoyment of property. That's recognised in Article 8 in the European Convention of Human Rights, still binding post-Brexit, so still relevant to us. And again, particularly, I would say in these times when people are working longer and harder hours, possibly taking 2 jobs, when they need to concentrate, they need to be able to perform at work. They want to try and keep up with the pressures of the current economic situation and increase costs. They're having to work very hard and they need the rest time and the sleep time. Why is it important? Well, perhaps the last major point about why it's important is the cumulative impact of all this. The policy considerations require applicants to detail proposals to prevent nuisance. I'm not sure I see in this application much in the way, other than 4 conditions, which I think are copied word for word from the last application and the decision in the last application. I'm not sure I see any assessment of the noise nuisance disturbance. I'm not sure I see any assessment of the impact or the cumulative impact of hours creeping past 11:30 to 12, 12:30 to 1. These are the critically important hours. I think it's also important that the policy considerations asked us to consider density, both population density. There are 12 takeaways within 150 meters of my house. All 4 decisions that I previously referred to were all takeaways, all on the doorstep of 100% residential roads. They were all seeking to extend hours, and the impact of that density of takeaways in our area cannot be understated in my view. Again, I don't see any part of the application that deals with that or addresses that, and I fear that the applicant has not really understood the problem or the area they're coming into. A quick couple of other points, if I may. There were some references in Supplemental Agenda E to planning, not licensing. It's obviously clear that from both the policy statement and the policy considerations, that licensing should, as far as possible, sit in line with planning. And if we look at the 94 planning letter, it is very clear about the time of activities not going past, I think, the latest time of 23:30. Any extension of hours would automatically not align with the planning permission. Yes, they are different.
Just sorry to interrupt your flow. It's just to let you know, because of the added time that you've got at least 4 minutes left.
All right, that's very kind. Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be as swift as possible. So my point just there was that any extension would automatically violate that policy because there wouldn't be alignment between planning and licensing. I appreciate there are different legal systems. I'm sure the applicant's expert may dwell on that, but that's not the point. The licensing process is supposed to have regard to planning and, as far as possible, try to align with planning. I thought it was perhaps a little unfortunate simply because it was in supplemental bundle Agenda E from the applicant that just after the pieces on planning on page 7, there was a very unfortunate reference, which I'll read. One can only assume that tactics such as these are being employed so as to prejudice the licensing subcommittee as part of a much wider, unjustified and unsustained systematic attack against these premises. Well, I think that language is deeply unfortunate. I think what is happening here is that in the face of clearly very qualified licensing expert. You have 50 residents, understandably with 50 points of view. Each resident is entitled to participate in this process and submit evidence. Each resident is part of a due process, a proper procedure. There have been two decisions in relation to Papa John's recently, this one and the one in February. That doesn't amount to an unjustified and systematic attack against these premises. It's not the premises, it's the quality of the application and the applicants that is the issue here. And it's absolutely right and fair that residents should be allowed to focus on that and explain their views and thoughts in relation to it. So I, as you can probably tell, took some umbrage at that type of language, and I hope it doesn't inform the attitude that is being taken by the applicant's representative more widely. Time is running out, and so I will simply say that I believe the recent decisions, whilst not, I accept, fully binding, are incredibly important. They're incredibly important because they're in the same area, they're all takeaways, they're all looking for extended hours. I'll take one decision, and that's the select chicken decision from July last year. It was clear that the committee made findings from paragraphs 19 on to 26 that there was an adverse impact to local residents and that the promotion of prevention of nuisance and crime and disorder was not achieved. And that was an application that didn't involve alcohol, it was just late night refreshment. It reflects the concerns about noise and nuisance at the point of delivery. It says clearly that the conditions, which virtually mirror the I'm going to put up a sign, everyone will of course listen to my instructions, were completely inadequate, insufficient, inappropriate and unenforceable. That's paragraphs 22 to 24. And so I would urge the committee to reread. It was a very sensible decision, reread Select Chicken. It's a very good decision. It's very sensibly reached. There are no distinguishing features with this application. And whilst it's always very difficult and I've had to cut out a lot, I appreciate that I've taken up way too much time and the chair will tell me to stop speaking very shortly.
Thank you very much, John. I'll now move on to Catherine McTaggart. John, could I get you to mute your microphone, please? So Catherine McTaggart, you have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, hello everyone. Just to say that it's disappointing to have to be back doing this 6 months after we did it, already. And from my point of view, anyway, I don't see that anything at all has changed. For a start, there is always litter around the delivery mopeds. They just throw their dockets onto the street. Every single day you can walk by and see dockets there. You can see their, cans of Coke or juice, their sweet wrappers. There's, after we had the call 6 months ago, they were told to sort of pull up their socks and do something about it. And it was explained that McDonald's and some of the other food outlets locally have someone going around checking and picking things up. Well, I've never ever seen anyone from Papa John's come out and lift anything. On the contrary, you get the impression that they just think it's not their problem and that they're entitled just to chuck things on the street. So that's very disappointing. I have sent photographs in. And secondly, there's the noise aspect. We hear the mopeds going by all the time. I understand, that they're running a business and everyone's trying to make a living here. During normal, hours, that's fine. But this is a residential street and there are other places that they can have late night opening where it wouldn't affect people that are trying to sleep. So my request is that you please turn down this application yet again, and that we don't have to go through this every 6 months, because there is really, you can't get away from the fact that mopeds do make a noise. It's you know, it's uncomfortable for residents to have this activity. We've had several occasions where, you know, people come and get their takeaway and then they sit on the steps by the church, for example, and they have been, you know, violent. They've, on one occasion, on the last bank holiday, there were 3 guys that came, they got their takeaway. I don't know whether it was Papa John's or where they got it from, but then they were, you know, going around being aggressive and kicking cars in. And I think there was damage done to one of the residents on Walham Grove's car. Well, I know there was. So, you know, there is this sort of antisocial aspect, which I think would only be worse during late night hours when there's no one around. So from my perspective, I'm against approving this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine, and thank you for finishing in half the time. So I'll now move on to Wissam Boustany, please.
You're doing very well with my name. Yes, I'd like to echo what the lovely lady has just said. I mean, I don't have a legal mind, but the nuisance is considerable. I've even, we have a WhatsApp group, and a few weeks ago, apparently someone defecated in the front garden of one of the houses. And this sort of thing is happening because of the late night drunk people who binge and then go and want to continue celebrating. I actually like Papa John's. I go there from time to time. But I really think that the late night binging is encouraging behavior that's difficult. I mean, one picture was shown of some garbage next to Papa John's. And that was unfortunate because I could tell that it wasn't Papa John's garbage. But now it's being promoted as evidence that it's not Papa John's, and therefore the nuisance is kind of negated. But the nuisance is there, and people are throwing cartons as far away as McDonald's. We get rubbish just thrown into our gardens from people who just don't care. I think it's pretty obvious. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Wissam, and again, thank you for being so succinct. If I may now move to Simon Jones. Simon, you have 5 minutes, please. And would you put your camera on, please, Simon?
Yeah, hi, sorry. Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. Yeah, I've just written down sort of a big bullet point of notes, so I'm just going to go through them very rapidly. First of all, I note that Domino's actually on the corner of Berkeley Road is open till 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday, so I can assume the applicant wants, you know, sort of equal treatment and behaviour to match their hours. So that's the first thing I'm going to say. What alerted me to this case was obviously wanting to go to 5 a.m. 7 days a week, which is just incredibly scary to think that, you know, we're going to have hell raising until, you know, it's virtually all night operation. That is, you know, all sleeping hours, you know, bar one if you get up at 6 a.m. So I think that's quite outrageous. Now it was cut back till the hours mentioned, but I really want to hear from the applicant. What is your longer term intentions and aspirations? Because is it just, you know, you're pushing it out till these hours now with the so-called agreed hours of that you've done a deal with the police? And you know, first of all, we've had this thing on before that the police aren't on the call, that they never are, that they sort of seem to do a deal with the applicant and then they're never on the call to actually defend what they've agreed with the applicant. So that can't really look like a done deal because it's not. The super late submission of amendments doesn't get, it's sort of suspicious. It doesn't give anyone, the objectors, enough time to assess things. I think we've had an awful slew of them on this one all the way up to this afternoon. I think that doesn't give, you know, it's not, I really wonder what they're up to. Also, Papa John's is a lot of pizza establishments are franchised. So it looks like when I did a site visit to this applicant a few weeks ago, and it looks like it is Milton Keynes, the Papa John's UK Limited. So we're dealing with, as opposed to a franchisee. But I just want to clarify that. What's the situation here from a legal point of view? Who are we dealing with? Also, on the black, I think a lot of comments were based around the sort of perpetuating the party lifestyle. And I've got a couple of comments to make about our council in particular. Stephen Cowan has produced something that I forwarded to Charlotte Dexter between us about his support for the nighttime economy. So actually at the council level, we have to get clear on what the council is actually really wanting to do and pull off here. Is it sort of, wanting to have a lot of sort of, late night establishments, that go on all night and perpetuate people who are effectively drunk and partying, when obviously the people in need of pizzas at 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning are those who are partying all night long and causing hell, raising hell. And we had a particular incident next door to us where we actually ended up getting tenants evicted because they were having parties in COVID till 5 a.m. regularly, and they ended up getting evicted. But this is the sort of stuff that the previous objector was speaking about. Regarding the lack of policing, I just also want to highlight that 2 weeks ago, we had an absolutely horrendous incident in Fulham Broadway where there was about 50, 60, 70 people, all with balloons in their mouth with the nitrous oxide laughing gas. And calls to 999 went unanswered, 5 calls that I made and locals. So the Met didn't show up. The law enforcement team of the council, there's 72 of these guys, they didn't show up either. And the 24-hour noise and nuisance line, which I can circulate on this call, wasn't active. So in other words, are we being protected from all-night partying in LBHF? Not at all. We a total utter failure. We had a party roughly in Effie Road and Effie Place from about 2 in the morning till 4. Not a single police car showed up. So a pizza joint wanting to serve people coming out of the local watering holes till 1 a.m. Again doesn't really wash with us because we're not being protected by the police. Also, I'd like to know what the business case is for this. How many extra people do you intend to be serving? And crucially, how do you expect to be getting those pizzas to the hungry mouths? Is it by noisy petrol mopeds? Probably so. That's the only thing delivery drivers seem to have. In Domino's favor around the corner, they have switched to newy electric vehicles. So I know that for a fact the fleet that sit outside that Domino's have switched to electric vehicles. But again, when you can order these things on apps like Deliveroo, that takes them out of the hands of the Domino's Pizza or the Papa John's Pizza to other third-party delivery companies. Let me see. I did read in the 200 pages of the.
So Simon, you've just bumped into the 5 minutes.
Okay, I'll finish with one point. I did finish. Just to finish, I did read horrifically in the 200 pages of main applicant document that LBHF is the most sleep deprived borough in London, which is it's unbelievable that if I'm living in the most sleep deprived of all the other boroughs. So
okay, Simon, you will understand if I
I understand. Yeah. So I think that's a lot of points I've made, and would like you to decline. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Can I now go to Martin Band, please?
Yes, hello everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak at this meeting. I am a slight distance away from Papa John's, so I'm speaking from a more general Fulham Broadway point of view than the unfortunate people who've already spoken about what it's like to be a close neighbor. I live at the Fulham end of, or the Fulham Broadway end of Barclay Road. Since I moved here in December 2020, Fulham Broadway has been a bit of a revelation and not a good one. In the case of Papa John's, for me, my family, and our tenants here, the main issue is nuisance. The thing is that over the past 12 months, well, over the past 3 years. We've had plenty of it already. The redback from Wednesday to Sunday with people drunk urinating in the road. I'll pause there for a second because this may seem like it doesn't have very much to do with Papa John's, but in fact, this is a problem that spreads across Fulham Broadway and affects the entire neighborhood. It's not, you can't look, I don't think you can look at this with an eye to things that happen within 50 meters of any particular location. One of the previous speakers said that there are 12 food takeaways within a few yards, and this all has to be taken into account. It's a systematic problem. I think the system falls down a bit when we concentrate on individual applications. So we here have a huge problem with antisocial behavior and nuisance, crowds barely under control, seriously drunk people, urination in the road, loud singing, loud aggressive conversations, occasionally fights, NOx canisters, rubbish all over the footpaths. The premises around here, including the redback, try to control what they can, but they're often successful. Importantly, it's not just about the licensed premises. It's takeaways, sadly, drug dealers operating relatively openly. And the thing is that it doesn't take very much to go around the corner and get a pizza from Papa John's to fuel yourself to carry on the mayhem in and around Fulham Broadway. I believe that the hours for all food outlets, shops, etc., need to be tightly controlled to stop the so-called nighttime economy from causing misery for residents all over Fulham, not just within 50 meters of Papa John's. This is a fundamentally residential area. And just incidentally, this doesn't seem to be spoken about very much, but businesses don't vote, residents do. So now for the direct influence of Papa John's. On a regular basis, we get their bikes going down the road under time pressure, accelerating to get to their delivered customers ASAP. The bikes bypass the gate in FE Road using the gaps either side that are intended for bicycles. This wakes us up, and it's a nuisance that we should not put up with. We are neither the suppliers nor, in most cases, the buyers in these transactions, and we're people experiencing collateral damage. I agree with all the points made in the information pack, the agenda. My personal experience of the nighttime economy and Papa John's, I walk past regularly and see the local effect. Guidelines have been established to limit the impact on residents, and these are stretched or ignored with the involvement of the police in some cases, which greatly puzzles me. A systematic way of addressing the cumulative effect of all of these applications and issues must be found. I completely and strongly recommend the rejection of this application.
Can I take it that you finished, Martin?
Yes, sorry.
And thank you very much for being succinct. And I'll now go to Graham Saltmarsh. Graham, you have 5 minutes.
So, as I mentioned earlier, Graham Saltmarsh can't be with us. He's out of contact tonight, but he has allowed me or 2 others to speak for him.
Officers, is that agreed?
Yeah, that's correct, Chair.
Thank you very much, Lorna. And thank you very much. You've got 10 minutes.
So do you want to hear from me now?
Yes, please, Andrew. And
on my own behalf and Graham.
Well, you can mix and match the both together. But you've got 10 minutes speaking time rather than stop and start again for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't think I'll take that long. I shall try and be brief. I support everything that has been said so far. in objection to this application. The premises are in a residential area and furthermore within a conservation area, and they are right next door to the church. If somebody wants to run an all-night business, it should be done from somewhere like a trading estate, not a residential and conservation area. It is inappropriate. The propriety of the applicant is, I think, indicated by the number of applications they have made, contravening each other and trying to dodge the objections which have been made. Their conduct, I think, and the advice they have received is absolutely appalling. And I would like that to go on record. They have been utterly irresponsible in this. The idea of having 24-hour delivery in the area, from the area, is just untenable. The motorcycles which attend, one day there's going to be a fatality. They think they own the road. They pull in and they pull out without looking, assuming that they own the road. We have now been made one way, but with great help from Councillor Coleman, who I'm going to thank later. But that doesn't alter the way in which they conduct themselves. The mess they make, evidence has been produced of that. The whole application is utterly inappropriate. We do not want 24-hour a day motorcycles coming up and down the road. If they want to do it, they can go somewhere else. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Andrew. You've used 2 minutes of the time, and I thank you for being so succinct. Thank you. If I could now move to is your microphone still on, Andrew?
Sorry?
Andrew, could you, thank you. So I'll now move on to Ellen Lewis, please.
Thank you, Chair. And apologies for not showing my face because my camera's not working on my laptop. I did send information to Amarita though as well, an email about that.
Okay, so I'm going to take it that we do know that you are Ellen Lewis.
Yes.
And, your neighbours will recognise your voice. Thank
yeah.
You. Please start. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. 50 residents has taken the time to object to this application. And we have spent copious amounts of our own personal time to supply the committee with evidence, and that's very within supplemental A, B and F. Be that whether it's submitting our day-to-day experiences with the premises, compiling photos of the continued nuisance of littering, contacting council services to confirm the commercial waste breaches of the premises. And yesterday and today, I've actually been contacting the police and the ICO, which is the data breach governing body of the UK, to report basically the serious criminal breach of GDPR, which is currently happening with Papa John's drivers. They are regularly discarding the Papa John's Fulham delivery slips. And on each of those slips, it's highly sensitive information. It's got the customer's full name, customer's full address, and the customer's mobile number. And I think that is very clear, you know, just with all of the evidence that we have collated, that it sort of goes back as to, you know, how responsible is this business, you know, particularly that they've had 6 months since the last February hearing to actually get their, what I would say, you know, to actually being proactive, because many of the complaints, the fears and concerns that the residents posed in the last hearing are actually very relevant today and have been voiced yet again. So I go back to the applicant as to, you know, what improvements have been made, because our evidence that we've supplied indicates it's been zero. And that's also very much from the testimonies that you're hearing right now tonight. And to add insult to injury here, you know, the actual hours that were originally requested in this application were 24 hours. It was Monday to Sunday, midnight to midnight, and the delivery actually going up to 5 a.m. And as John Scolding quite clearly highlighted, you know, this really just massively will impact on whether it's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. It's going to massively impact our ability to sleep, and that's the protection of children. We've got huge amounts of families in and around this area. The applicant has failed to recognise that the amount of thousands of roads that are offshoot from North End Road, and having delivery drivers, particularly at that time of night, the noises just amplify. Many of our homes have got street-facing bedrooms. So you hear that, and you know, particularly in summertime when we've got windows open. So not only is there going to be nuisance at the delivery points, it's also through scooters and everything. So what we're saying specifically on the hours, you know, even 1 a.m. is going to have a massive negative impact on health, protection of children from harm, because it's quite clearly shown in many of the findings, Lancelot in particular, as shown on page 15, supplemental A, you know, the harmful effects of children, sleep deprivation. I'm sure that the applicant and many other takeaways will all sort of voice that, oh, well, it's the economy and we need to, you know, increase sales and turnover. But again, I'll push back to going back to Papa John's, you know, and looking at their Google reviews. It just quite sort of highlights, you know, that there's problems clearly with long delivery times, cold and soggy bottom pizzas. You know, perhaps if they focus on addressing those, they may generate sales. And, you know, if they get that right, then I'm sure there'll be retained customers, get repeat business and get new customers on the back of it. So hopefully sales will grow. But let's go back to the hours creep. As suggested, you know, we're seeing this systematically with takeaways, and rightly so. It will impact. This is a high crime area. The police have been very clear about this. It's also noted when we've gone to ward panels that North End Road, and even as we stated on there, is a very high crime spot. And there's no getting around that. Unfortunately, the business is in the middle and surrounding it. So, you know, they have to show us that they can be part of a solution and not part of the problem. But as I said, in the last 6 months since the hearing, we have seen nothing from them that's actually showing us that they're responsible.
Ellen, could I get you to wind up, because you've just gone past the 5 minutes.
No problem at all. That's absolutely fine, Chair. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for finishing immediately. Thank you. Now, if I can go to Miranda Gilpin, and you're speaking on behalf of Vanston Place the Vanston Place Management Company.
Unmute. I'm unmuted. Yes, good evening. My name is Miranda Gilpin. I'm actually a resident of Fulham Island, which is a block of 32 flats perpendicular to Dungannon House. And I concur completely with the petition that was put in by the Vanston Place Management Company, on whose behalf I'm speaking tonight. Just for your information, Vanston Place, or Dungannon House, is a block of 42 residential flats, of whom over half of them overlook the back of Papa John's building. That's actually 32 bedrooms and 23 living rooms overlooking the rear of Papa John's building. So they already have huge problems with noise and smells and nuisance, even at the hours that they're open now. They have a further 12 flats, including 24 bedrooms, which is interesting because everyone's talking about the noise at night, and in the summertime, most of these bedrooms, you know, that you have your windows open. these 24 bedrooms face directly onto Vanston Place, which is a popular cut through for most of the delivery vehicles onto Fulham Broadway. I mean, if you have a look at Google Maps, you'll see how close proximity there is between Dungannon House and the Papa John building. I read the supplementary Agenda E, which I think John Spalding mentioned as well, and the comments made on page 9 about my neighbour on whose behalf I'm speaking tonight. They were quite disturbing. I won't comment any further. The management company of Vanston Place, they've made it very clear that they don't believe the licensing objective of the prevention of nuisance can be promoted beyond 2300 hours. Residents have actually submitted complaints on pages 49, 50 and 51 of your original agenda pack for tonight. So there is genuine concern amongst residents of this building. And in fact, over a bank holiday weekend of the summer, they managed, when a lot of people were on holiday, submitted a petition, which you'll find on pages 76 to 84 of the original agenda pack. 33 residents signed this, agreeing that the increase in hours would only subject them to increased noise and nuisance. At the front of the premises, as quite a few other objectors have said tonight, the majority of the deliveries are sent out using motor scooters. The noise as the drivers arrive, depart and congregate, it creates noise. And one of the main routes that the scooters take is past the front of Dungannon House, along Vanston Place. I don't know whether you know that area, but they cut through the pedestrianised part of Vanston Place. The Vagabond Wines is on the corner, which is illegal. And absolutely with no regard for pedestrians. My building, actually, Fulham Island, where I live, overlooks that part of Vanston Place, and the number of near misses I have seen by these delivery drivers illegally driving along the pedestrian access when they are meant to disembark their bicycles or their motorbikes and walk their bikes through that area. I mean, for all the 9 flats in our block that overlook Vanston Place, the noise would be intolerable after midnight. Noise and nuisance can be diminished by the designated hours of 2300. I mean, it's as simple as that, really. Rubbish has already been mentioned. Their application section M clause D states arrangements for the storage and disposal of refuse will not cause a nuisance, but there's no specific detail about actually how they're going to get that done. And then John Spalding also mentioned the Planning Inspectorate determining the appeal on the 7th of March 1994, which states, I quote, "The use hereby permitted shall not take place other than between 900 hours and 2330 hours from Monday to Saturday, and between 1130 hours and 2330 hours on Sunday." It's interesting to note that Neil Milligan, who's the planning enforcement borough for the council, and I understand the difference between licensing and planning, but he actually emailed Adrian Overton, who's here tonight, on the 14th of August to specifically mention this conclusion. Mr. Milligan quoted, "You have probably received this already. I've checked and it looks like there is no subsequent planning approval allowing extended hours beyond that in the appeal decision notice. The hours they are proposing goes well beyond what has been approved." So we respectfully request that the requested variations to the licence be rejected wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miranda, and that's absolutely bang on the 5 minutes. Thank you so much. If I can now come to Harry Spencer Smith, please. Is Harry Spencer Smith here? Okay, then I'm going to skip him for now.
Yes, good evening. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I've been a resident of Walham Grove for 41 years, and I know residents feel very strongly that this should not be allowed. And in my case, I'm saying on nuisance grounds. I think I'm afraid there is a trust deficit with
Sorry
this
to interrupt you, Harry.
applicant.
Sorry, Ellen, would you mind turning your microphone off, please? Thank you. Please, Harry, please continue.
Hello.
Yeah, please continue, Harry.
Right. I'm echoing a previous speaker that I'm afraid I think there's a trust deficit with this applicant due to the kind of constant resubmission, the consultation put out at the height of the holiday period. There's a general worry amongst people that if this goes through, very soon another application for increased hours would follow shortly. I'm speaking particularly on behalf of those who have bedrooms like me on the ground floor. So we really will hear these bikes going past, you know, at 11, 12, 1 o'clock. And just echoing John Scolding's point about, you know, people coming out and doors being opened as things are delivered, etc. There's also the problem of the wrong doorbells being rung, which, you know, at 12 o'clock, 1/2 or whatever, is very disruptive and bad for our sleep patterns. Now, we read that riders are being instructed that they would have to congregate, you know, inside the premises. I just wonder if that is actually feasible in a heat wave. I just don't think that would happen. We also read that riders will be asked not to obstruct the highway, to use quieter vehicles. Well, again, a lot of these things will be contracted out to Deliveroo, etc. I really have no confidence that there'll be quieter vehicles. Also, councillors will know that Walham Grove has just been put into a one-way system. And I think the temptation for these bikers is going to be to go the wrong way up Walham Grove when you're coming back to the shop. And certainly if you get a delivery out Fulham Broadway way, you will be going down Vanston Place, you know, the wrong way against the traffic. And I just feel this is an accident waiting to happen. I would add also that if they come back doing it the right way, going down Farm Lane, they're going right past the Farm Lane care home, a lot of elderly residents who need their sleep. I just don't think that that's appropriate. We note that in October last year, the conditions were breached. And I think the point made by previous speakers about cumulative impact issues is very cogent and important. So I think other residents have spoken about the litter, the potential crowding of the pavement, how intimidating it can be for women walking past late at night. We just don't want this expanded. And so I therefore urge the committee on the grounds of noise and nuisance to reject this application.
Harry, thank you very much, and thank you for being so succinct. So I'll now come to Bahar Ghaffari.
Hello.
Hello. Would you put your camera on, please?
Yes, one moment.
Thank you.
Ah, it's not working. I'm terribly sorry. Is that okay? It's not allowing me to turn it on.
Please continue.
Apologies for that. Okay, so I support everything that has been said so far, and for the reasons that I'm going to go into and describe, I ask that this application is rejected. Like my fellow neighbours, it's extremely disappointing that we have to revisit this issue again, and the amount of time it's consumed the residents doing so, especially given that the existing hours that Papa John's has is creating the various issues that you've heard other neighbours cite. With regards to noise and nuisance, drivers in the area generally, given we do have 12 takeaways around us and several other establishments. Drivers have increased in numbers over the years, and there are huge issues with regards to drunkenness and disorderly behaviour, but also the scooters and the delivery drivers using them. I think it's unrealistic to expect drivers to work in silence. It's unrealistic to expect that their scooters are not going to be noisy, and extending the hours is simply going to exacerbate that. Academically, I'm a neuroscientist. I spend a lot of time speaking to teenagers about the importance of sleep. I have 2 teenagers in the house myself who are routinely disturbed by noise and nuisance and drunken behaviour and various people coming in and out of Papa John's and making their way along the street. I'm about sort of halfway down at number 47. And the impact of sleep I've seen at first hand. During exam weeks, I have to move my children from the front bedrooms to the back of the building. And, you know, I know, given the evidence there is and the talks that I myself give, that a lack of sleep can have a 20% impact on academic performance. That's the difference between an A and a C. There are lots of teenagers in the run up to their GCSEs and A levels on our road. Walking past some of the drivers is a big issue. I've had my own children's sight issues when they've had to walk past them, and having them there for longer hours is going to be obviously a much bigger problem. Litter, we've already cited. There is a huge litter issue, and it's not just outside of Papa John's. I've seen pizza boxes halfway down. I've seen them thrown into my own garden at the front. Pizza boxes I have not had the pleasure of consuming. With regards to ongoing crime, John Scolding has described this very well and discussed the criminal and antisocial behaviour extensively enough. I don't need to reiterate that, but obviously urinating in our gardens is an issue. Reckless driving and accidents to our cars has been an issue. The one-way system has addressed this, but I have seen scooters go the wrong way. And so for those reasons, I ask that the application is rejected, because I simply see all of the issues getting worse and no indication from Papa John's that they're addressing any of our concerns. Thank you.
Again, Bahar, thank you very much for being so succinct. And I'll now come to Charlotte Dexter. Before I do, I would mention that we're now at 7:45, and I think it would be appropriate at around about 8 o'clock if I gave a break for 10 minutes, because officers and members of the committee are not able to leave the meeting to use a bathroom, etc. So I'm proposing a 10-minute break. What I want to make sure is that by having that break, will anybody feel that I'll have the break after Charlotte has spoken? Will anybody be concerned that will disturb the flow of the meeting?
Can I just ask, are you going to allow Charlie McTaggart to speak? He hasn't spoken yet.
Why isn't Charlie on my list, officers?
He didn't confirm his attendance prior to the meeting, and when the attendance list was sent out, he has made a representation, so he is entitled to speak. He's just not on the list.
Okay, so Catherine, thank you very much for bringing that to attention. And yes, Charlie can speak. Is he available? Is Charlie McTaggart available?
It comes through here.
Yeah, great.
Okay, I'm going to speak from here. Thank you very much for letting me speak, Chair. Just a quick reference. I basically want to talk. I'm a resident. We've been here since 2005. I've seen the streetscape change quite a lot over that time. 63A was a Chinese takeaway. That was fine. That was the only fast food takeaway on the street and in the vicinity of the area, actually. And then after that, we've had a mission creep. We've had a jerk chicken, and then we and then on the opposite side of the road, we've got a cafe. And then now we've got, in the old Lou's, we've got another restaurant. And so what's happened is, it was a kind of an artisan little street corner. And in that place, so previously you had a newsagent, you had a Kodak shop, you had 2 charity shops or offices, and a flower shop on the opposite side of the road. So the whole place has really, really changed. And so that in itself is affecting the community. And I think that is not being taken into consideration. That's my point. The other point is that there is a lot of issues with moped drivers, like everyone said. I'm not going to go over that, other than I have noticed that the bay is totally always pretty much full with Papa John's boxes, preventing other people from parking in that bay. And on the opposite side of the road, we also have the cafe with other moped drivers. So that's forcing a kind of bottleneck, and in turn will cause an accident, because people will start to move a bit faster up the one-way street. So that's a point to consider. The other thing is there's an issue with rubbish, and I have not seen Papa John's employees actually clean the street or get out and do a rota. Never, not even after the recent objections and applications. So I find that quite shocking that the applicant has no regard for cleaning their own rubbish. I do admit that there is a problem with fly tipping, and that should be addressed from the other residents. And lastly, one of the last points is that there is a lot of residential properties. I don't even think the applicant even understands that there's a maisonette above to the side of them in the Vanston Place. There's 5 other flats to the right of that. And above 62, 61, there are residential units. There's residential units on the opposite side of the road and above 1A, North End Road. So, you are surrounded by people that need to sleep. Okay, and that's my point. And then we have the antisocial behavior that I've seen with my own eyes recently in the last 2 months. One was a door kicked in the in one of the in the shops there, and the other was on the bank holiday weekend. As my wife stated, we saw a car being vandalized. I actually saw that, and they were having their delivery, or might not have been Papa John's, but they were eating takeaway food on the church steps, the London Film School. So this is an issue. So you've got to address it. Thank you. That's all I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Harry, could I get you, as well as Charlie, to turn your microphones off, please?
Okay, I'm finished.
Sure.
Thank you. Charlotte, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. Okay.
Yes, please start.
Okay. Yes, first I'm representing my councillor, Trey.
So I've had a message as a sort of, I've had a message from Councillor Trey, who's Councillor Campbell, who said he's very happy for you to use his time, but you couldn't represent him as a councillor. But anyway, please continue. Charlotte, I'm sure the other members of the committee will attach as much weight as they would do to what you've got to say.
Oh, I see the point now. All right, we'll just leave that then. Then I'd like to take your attention to the supplemental B, where we spent a lot of time trying to set out for the committee evidence, and the fact that evidence is needed. You need evidence to take a decision. If you have no evidence, you cannot take a decision. And we've set that out. That's in your licensing policy. which of course is also in the guidance and in the Act itself. Evidence A on that page 4 and so on. We look at the hours. They've been discussed by John and others. We're very fortunate that we have neighbors in our midst who understand planning and are planning experts and legal experts. So we've had a lot of good input that we feel very, very confident about, even though the applicant has tried to wish away in various ways what we have accomplished to bring together for you. For instance, we brought a decision that was taken at the appeal court in Camden. The reason we brought this decision was because it's one of the first times that a judge has acknowledged that there's nuisance, not only at the premises, but along the way and right at where the person finally receives their package of food. And this is an important point that we think legally will be pursued further as time goes on, because we're actually celebrating the 30th anniversary of the passing of the 2003 Licensing Act this year. I'm not quite sure who's celebrating actually, but it was 30 years ago that Tony Blair's government got this act passed. And he had a great vision. He went to Italy a lot and he saw how piazzas and squares all worked so lovely. And he even saw how pizza shops, mom and pop pizza shops, were the last ones to close so that hotel and tourist people could get a little bit of something before, 10 o'clock at night, amazingly, or whatever it was. And he thought this was so great. So, but that pizza shop that he saw was one that was the center of its little neighborhood. It was out there sweeping every morning, cleaning its sidewalk and doing all those idealistic things that the applicant accused me of saying. But in essence, we live in a huge, huge city, and the Licensing Act challenges us to find ways to work together with the premises, and we challenge this premises to work together with neighbors. And it's going to be the only way that this premises can uphold the 4 licensing objectives. At the moment, it has absolutely no hope every day. And today was terrible. I mean, I can't show you this, but I'll crumple it. I have GDPR breaches right in my hand, as do 2 other neighbors. And we had to immediately call the police. We had to immediately report this. And we've reported to the licensing authority, and this is going to become a grave issue, thousands of pounds if it's proven that what I have in my hand is really a Papa John's slip, etc. So there's a lot going on here. I won't repeat everything that we've put here about planning and building control, etc. But suffice it to say that the Licensing Act is there to protect us from nuisance. And nuisance is our biggest concern regarding this premises. This premises as it is on the corner, this premises and its employees and its third-party people who take off with the goods and finally get those goods to wherever they need to go. And one of these yesterday that I saw went as far as Vicarage Gate, which is, over 2 miles from here. So the radius of these delivery economy drivers is huge. It's absolutely huge. And it's something that we really need to look at from all sorts of angles, because we can't allow the Licensing Act to allow deliveries to just take over our whole world and our whole neighborhoods. So I asked in the name of not being able to prevent nuisance, and of course now we have a crime issue. I mean, we have a live possible crime issue in our midst with this GDPR problem and breach of Papa John's with their slips. So, I mean, please reject this license. There's no way that you can do anything else. Thank you very much.
Charlotte, I have you for 25 minutes. and you've been incredibly good and incredibly succinct. That's just 4 minutes. Are you happy with that?
Yes, I'm happy with that. I would just like to say to the committee, I know you read everything, and we put a huge, again, more effort into the PowerPoint presentation, which Ellen spent many, many days on, to be honest. And in there are all the information about crime stats, and so many of the, we have in there the Freedom of Information letter that we had to get from the LET team to prove that Papa John's has been fined twice, and they've been fined again. And we've spoken to the LET, who told us they were fined at least £600. That's somewhat hearsay, but we spoke to them, and that's what they said. So these are serious, serious problems, and we have tried very hard to lay them out for you in living color and in black and white, so that you feel very, very confident that you have been supplied with enough evidence from neighbors, from residents, from your constituents who care very, very much about this corner of Fulham, its historicity, its modernity, its rejuvenation along the North End Road, for which we are very grateful. And we ask you again to reject the license. Thank you very much.
And once again, Charlotte, thank you very much. That was 6.5 minutes in total. Thank you. We are going to call a break. Councillor Coleman, would you like to go before or after we have a break?
Really, it's up to whatever everyone else wants. I don't mind. It's up to, have a break.
Councillor Alexander, can I request that Councillor Coleman speaks before the break? We can then go straight into the applicant afterwards, rather than having a kind of a break and then a break.
I've noted that. Councillor Coleman, would you like to continue?
Yeah, I'll speak now. That's fine. Everyone has spoken so well and so clearly that, as in previous meetings, there's very little for me left to say. It's just that as was said right at the beginning of this discussion, and I'm talking about the revised application, not the crazy original one, which I think was just put in so that we all go, oh, it's not going to be that awful one. So let's look at this more reasonable one in a more positive way. So talking about the revised application, it's still proposing longer hours than the application which the committee turned down in February. It's proposing midnight 30 instead of midnight on a couple of days. It's proposing 1 o'clock. It's proposing 1 o'clock to the midnight 30. It's proposing to start at 10 o'clock instead of 11. It's still proposing longer hours, and I don't think I can do anything better than to send you off into the break just by reading you the reasons why the committee turned down the application last time, which had slightly shorter hours and exactly the same 4 requirements put forward that should be met. I'll just read you what we said last time, and I'd like the committee to reflect whether the situation has changed in any way that would enable it to approve the application this time. It was the committee's considered opinion that in granting the application, the premises will attract customers to such a degree that will increase the noise, nuisance, and antisocial behaviour late at night in this problematic area. This will also have a negative impact on the licensing objectives of the prevention of crime and disorder and the prevention of public nuisance. The committee also said, the committee was not satisfied that the applicant was ready to operate the premises in a way which would promote the 4 licensing objectives, and in particular the licensing objectives of the prevention of crime and disorder and the prevention of public nuisance. That's what the committee said, and I would add that I can't see anything in the current application that is any more persuasive than the previous application was. The committee, in its decision to turn down the application, went on. The committee heard that in order to deal with the issue of noise and nuisance generated by vehicles and delivery drivers late at night, the applicant was willing to provide electric vehicles to their own drivers, as well as training on how to behave when collecting and dispersing orders from the premises. Well, the new application doesn't even talk about electric vehicles. unless I've missed it, which I may have. They talked about the imposition of new conditions, but they said the existing license committee already has a condition requiring the applicant to display notices at the premises. This is what we're talking about again, requesting customers to leave the premises quietly, and yet local residents were still suffering from noise and nuisance associated with the premises. I quote, "It was the committee's considered opinion that the imposition of these three conditions wouldn't be sufficient to deal with the objectors' concerns and won't promote the licensing objective of the prevention of public nuisance." And I say again, these are the same conditions which we see put forward for this application. If I may just go on a little bit, talking about delivery drivers, it was the committee's considered opinion it will not be possible for the applicant to encourage third-party companies to use bicycles or quieter vehicles, or to give clear instructions to any third-party delivery drivers to use their vehicle in a responsible manner. Impositions of new conditions would not be sufficient to deal with possible public nuisance and antisocial behaviour caused by delivery drivers collecting deliveries from the premises, and would not promote the licensing objective of the prevention of public nuisance. This is what the committee said last time. What has changed? Just a couple more bits. I know I'm treading on your patience, but I'm not going to be taking the whole of my time. And then when they're looking at the suggested the new closing times suggested for the previous application, which were slightly earlier than the ones now suggested, it was the committee's considered opinion, they said, that if granted, the licensed activity was likely to result in an increase in public nuisance and antisocial behaviour caused by customers and delivery drivers collecting deliveries from the premises. It was the committee's considered opinion that this would have an adverse impact on local residents and on the promotion of the licensing objectives of prevention of public nuisance and the prevention of crime and disorder. And so the committee finished with this paragraph. Taking into account all of the above, it was the committee's considered opinion that granting this application will attract customers to such a degree that it will have an adverse impact on the surrounding area. This will have a negative impact on local residents and the licensing objectives. The committee considered it was appropriate and proportionate to refuse the application, as it would undermine the four licensing objectives, and in particular, the licensing objectives of the prevention of public nuisance and the prevention of crime and disorder. Now, that's end of quote, end of very long quotes. Forgive me for going through that at such length, but I do not see that we have a different situation. We may find when the applicant comes back after the break that we do, but I do not see from the application that's been put in and from the comments made by residents that the situation has changed so materially that the committee could or would wish to change its decision. I think we have again a situation where we wish the Papa John's to reassure us all before it puts in an application for extended hours that it's capable of operating the place better. I think the residents have said how they'd like it to be better than at the moment. And until it shows us and demonstrates to us that that is the case, I think we're back where we were in February, and I'd ask the committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Have you finished?
I finished, thank you.
Well, again, Councillor Common, thank you very much. Let's finish in half the time. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to sort of before I formally say that we're just adjourning for a quick break. Can I ask residents in particular to make sure you come back, please, because I know the committee members will have questions, and you'll also get the chance to hear what the applicant's got to say. And I'm sure the applicant will want to address some of the things that have been said so far. So I would urge everybody to please come back, and I will see you all in 10 minutes' time. Lorna, we've and then Rita, I think we've gone our 10 minutes now. Are we ready to restart? Sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, I believe so far. Everyone's back, all the councillors are back.
Okay, we're now ready to restart, and returning to the agenda, can I ask Walati Rator, the applicant's representative, to speak? It's up to 95 minutes.
Sorry, Chair, how many minutes was that?
95.
95. Chair, you'd be pleased to know I will not need all of that time, so trying to be as clear and succinct and concise as possible. I want to start off by summarising our case before I go into detail. And our case is simply this, that this application should be granted as applied for, subject only to the conditions volunteered in the operating schedule, and also the reduction in hours and additional conditions agreed with both the police and the environmental health officer, because there is no logical basis for refusing the application, and there's certainly no real substantiated evidential basis for refusing the application. Now, you have been presented with a lot of information in writing and in person today, but we can only do what is right in law for today's purposes and only take into account what is relevant and genuinely based on the licensing objectives. And when I say right in law, I do of course mean the Licensing Act, the statutory guidance, the licensing policy, and of course case law, but only where all those are consistent. Now, by way of background, the issues in this case are fairly straightforward, but I think it will be helpful for everyone to set out a brief background to the application and put it into perspective. Now, the starting point to note is that this is not an application for alcohol or regulated entertainment, and you will have seen in the papers that there seems to be a lot of confusion in the objections regarding this, and therefore there is a fundamental flaw in those objections and everything else which flows from it. This is an application for late night refreshment, or rather an extension of a late night refreshment authorization, which is considered by far the safest of the three licensable activities. As I say, it is an application to extend the hours of an existing premises license, but not as long as the objectors seem to think. It is not 5 a.m. It would also be helpful, and this is a major change, and I emphasize that word change from last time round, that it's an application by a company called PJ Corp Stores Limited. The applicant is a franchisor, i.e. it's a company which is part of the ownership of the brand, a global brand that's been running for decades globally. They took over these premises around June this year, and they collectively operate 116 stores around the country. And they employ over 1,250 staff nationwide. And they also have a system whereby there's a head office where there's a team who deal with and support with things like finance, licensing, property, maintenance, etc. It's also important to note that over 70 of their premises have a premises license for late night refreshment. And many of these are authorized to operate until 5 a.m. And many of these are located and operate successfully in very sensitive parts of London, including in various cumulative impact and stress zones. In fact, we made several applications at the same time as this application, and all those applications have been granted for a premises license way beyond what's in the various London framework hours for that particular local authority, and up to 5 a.m. in some cases. And we have achieved this by working in partnership with objectors and potential objectors. I say objectors, but those were objectors who then withdrew their representations. Now, as part of this process, this application process, we liaised with and had a meeting. We didn't do correspondence, we had a meeting with both the police and the environmental health officer to understand more about this area, what the objections may be. And we had a very productive meeting, a long meeting, and we did this in the spirit of working in partnership with them. And as you will have seen in the papers, we reached an agreement with them to alleviate their concerns. We were quite impressed with the responsible authorities. They are responsible authorities under the Licensing Act, so they are the experts for this area, because they didn't take a blanket approach. They looked at how the leading cases in licensing tell us what the test is, and that's about reaching a balance in any given area. They took on board what the residents' concerns are, but they did not feel that they were justified to completely refuse the application. So by doing that balancing act, we got to a situation where we had a reduction in opening hours and agreement on conditions. And as I say, that was a significant reduction compared to all the other London applications that were granted in far more sensitive areas. And I will say this, that this should be given significant weight, because as you know, under the Licensing Act and as referred to in your policy, they are listed as the experts and the main source of advice on matters concerning public nuisance and crime and disorder. We also liaised with the council's health and safety team and provided risk assessments, policies and procedures, which they all accepted to their satisfaction. Therefore, collectively, the main authorities and experts under the Licensing Act have considered the application and have decided that there are no issues with this application being granted as amended. Now, having reached an agreement with the responsible authorities, we also reached out to the residents roughly about 3 or 4 weeks ago through your licensing officers, who will be able to confirm this. And I think you may have also seen evidence of this in the bundle, because we submitted the letter inviting them to engage with us. We did this, of course, in the interest of working in partnership with them as a new applicant in the area, but here we are. Now, there seems to be additional reference point for the hours agreed with the responsible authorities, i.e. the police and the environmental health officer, and that is because the authorities describe this as a mixed-use area, which makes the hours broadly in line with your licensing policy hours, which of course is only there for a guide, and it does not override other factors, which we will come on to, and it certainly doesn't override the relevant law that should be applied to this case. So the net result is that we are now applying, with the blessings of the responsible authorities, but only half an hour in the week and 1.5 hours at the weekend. And for today's purposes, and in an effort to start hopefully something positive with the residents and to assist you, we would be prepared to offer the following as conditions. So firstly, a condition that the premises will close after 11 p.m. and operate solely as a delivery service after that. And that's over and above what we agreed with the police, a change. And that is, for the benefit of your legal advisors, a clear and enforceable condition which is successfully used in many of the premises, including the ones that have this condition till 2 o'clock for this applicant and deliveries till 5 o'clock. But we're saying not 2 o'clock, but 11 p.m. A further condition that drivers will wait inside the premises after 11 p.m. Contrary to what has been said today, there is sufficient room inside for that for the number of drivers we have. Again, a change from last time, in that this is a clear and enforceable condition which we are volunteering. Another condition, that the delivery vehicles will not be serviced at either the premises or in the area. Again, a clear and enforceable conditions. We could, if it was deemed as part of your deliberations, we would agree to and introduce a litter patrol for the store, whereby we agreed to collect Papa John's litter within a range of, say, 50 meters of the store, and this could be documented and signed off by the staff when completed. And as part of this, we could agree to clear any of the litter at the end of the night or early the following morning. And we would also close the front of the premises when it's operated for deliveries only, and turn off signage, lighting, etc. Because we find across our state that is a very effective way designed to prevent people from congregating outside the premises. And all of that would actually be more restrictive than the nearby premises on Fulham Road, which we understand have not had any enforcement issues. And we know that because we actually made inquiries with the licensing authority. So it would be either in line or more restrictive than other premises in the area. So there are some changes there. Subject to the council's approval, we could also look at having extra bins. We think there is an issue here that not all of these bins that we would like to do are always permissible, but we could look to do that. And with regard to third-party drivers, since we put in our supplementary agenda E, we know that we can actually track them and take action if they stray out of line. And so there will be no issues controlling them, and we can therefore continue to use them, but in a supervised manner. Now, with regard to the resident representations, they are frequent references made in relation to the previous hearing. However, those are irrelevant for today's purposes. This is a new applicant, and as you know, each case must be considered on its own merits. The subcommittee is not bound by its previous decisions and is entitled to come to a different conclusion based on the current evidence and circumstances and the information you are hearing. Whilst it's not an excuse for the previous hearing, that had nothing to do with us, but I understand they weren't legally represented, so they may have not presented the points we are presenting today, which you didn't need to take into account before, but certainly would be part of your deliberations today. And to paraphrase a testing leading licensing case law, the subcommittee is entitled to conclude that it is correct decision to grant the application today, even if they may have been wrong on a previous occasion. And of course, on this occasion, the main argument from the residents, which was based on unauthorized sales till 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, whatever it was, no longer exists today. The allegations they have made, the residents in their representations, have not been substantiated, and that is simply not enough to influence a licensing decision. In fact, the information they have presented as analysed in our supplementary agenda E is exaggerated, misleading, as well as being out of context. We were presented with agendas, supplementary agendas A to D. After close of play on Friday, we responded to those by 10 o'clock on the Monday. We had no intentions of bringing those up because we don't think it's strictly relevant anyway, but you will see that we effectively took apart the so-called evidence that they presented. And I've not heard anything today to rebut anything we said in relation to those points we made, taking apart their information. And when you take a closer look at some of their so-called evidence, it actually supports the applicant's case and undermines their own, as well as seriously casting doubt on their arguments. It is completely unreliable and of no use to assist you in making a robust decision which can stand up to scrutiny. And that's the key for today's purposes. What are we doing? What can we do so you make a decision that can stand up to scrutiny? A word of caution regarding the so-called crime stats presented by one of the residents, or if not more than one of the residents. First of all, there's nothing of any relevant substance. And as I say, do see our supplementary agenda here, which clearly sets all that out. And this is the next point, it is information that's been pulled off a website by a resident and not the police. Now, your legal advisor, I'm sure, will be able to advise you of cases where the police themselves were criticised for using this type of data to support their case. And the licensing authority was asked to pay costs on appeal for basing their decision on such unreliable raw data. The situation in this case is even worse. The police, who are the experts in this field, are supporting the application, and it is a civilian relying on data which is not reliable at all for you to make a robust decision. And I would add that in those appeal cases, the costs ran into tens of thousands of pounds, and both the police and the licensing authority were criticised for relying on such data to influence a licensing decision. Now, planning has been raised in the representations, and with regard to planning, case law and the statutory guidance clearly confirms that planning policies and considerations should be kept separate from licensing. They are two separate regimes, although they happen to be administered by the same council, and the guidance makes it clear that planning and licensing decisions in respect of the same premises can legitimately differ because the respective decision makers have to apply criteria which are different. And the guidance goes on to say planning permission and licensing regimes will be properly separated to avoid duplication. And this was also noted in the High Court case of R. Blackford in Birmingham Magistrates Court, and the guidance goes on and on in that vein. It's important to note that fairly recently there was a complete review of the Licensing Act by the House of Lords, and this issue came up about planning and licensing, and whether the two should be merged, and the decision was taken not to do so. So that tells its own story to support what we are saying today. We do accept that one doesn't trump the other. We do know that. But for today's purposes, the relevant considerations are under the Licensing Act and not the planning regime. Also, it is important to note, and this is significant, that despite what has been said today, what is the official position in terms of the planning department, like the police and the environmental health officer and your health and safety officer? Well, it's important to note that the planning department has not made any representations. And that means in their professional opinion, and it is a professional opinion because they are served with these applications to comment on if they have any issues, in their professional opinion, they do not have any issues regarding this application and the potential adverse effect on the licensing objectives. I might add, this was before we reduced the hours. All the comments in the representations include matters which are irrelevant for strict licensing purposes, for example, highways issues, parking, reference to other properties, etc. And generally, they suffer from a lack of real or substantiated premises-specific evidence, and certainly not to the extent which should concern a licensing authority in refusing the application. And as I say, that's simply, all of that is simply not enough to influence a licensing decision, because that would be, to use the language in leading licensing cases, unjustified inappropriate, and disproportionate. And licensing is about the here and now. The licensing regime is remedial in nature, and it can only remedy something which is identifiably wrong at the time of the decision. Previous matters not related to us are not relevant, and future problems, to use the language of or paraphrase case law, is something that can be addressed in future if there is actually a problem. Chair, that is all I wish to say in opening our case. We are, of course, here to answer any questions you may have, but I note the residents haven't been given an opportunity to respond to any questions you may have of them. So I will hand that back over to you, if I may.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being so again for being so succinct. Now, we'll now move to the next part of the meeting, and this is where questions will put by the committee, and I think we are going to have quite a few questions because we have heard quite a lot of information, and I think there's quite a few matters to. I will take, just because of the order on my telly that I can see people. Can I go to Councillor Chevot-Verdier first, please?
Thank you, Chair. This is a quick request before we go to questions. If we've heard about the conditions that are proposed, is it possible, whilst we do the questions, that the applicant and the licensing team please could at least get to the committee? But I would suggest all the other residents something in writing. I took notes, but I'm not sure that I've captured everything. So, just so we can make an informed decision, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stanton.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for your valuable input so far. I do, as you have suggested, have a few questions to ask. What I might do is ask a few of them now, and then mainly questions for clarification, and then I'll pass back to the committee. I may then have some further questions. My first question is actually, I'm not quite sure who it's aimed at. I think, Adrian Overton, it might be yourself. Just for a quick bit of clarification from, it's either the licensing authority or from legal. Mr. Athor, have I pronounced your name correctly?
Mr. Athor, yes, that's correct.
Mr. Athor, thank you very much. Made much of the vital role that the responsible authorities play in the decision-making process of a licensing application. I wonder, Adrian, as I think it's you, if you could just explain to the committee and also those in the meeting the purpose of a licensing hearing, because of course the licensing authority doesn't decide a licensing application, the committee does, and if you could just explain the purpose for that, why we actually have these hearings.
Yes, of course. Yeah, so it's really to consider the representations that have been made during the 28-day consultation period, whether those representations are made by responsible authorities, whether they're made by residents or any other interested parties, and taking into account all of the information that's been provided by those parties, and then coming to a decision that's in line with the licensing objectives. So I mean, that's it really in its essence, in summary. But is there any more detail that you wanted me to provide on that, Councillor?
Well, not really. I suppose my real question was, why do we need a hearing? Why can the licensing authority not just make it as kind of a delegated decision?
So, yeah, so we can only make a decision under delegated authority where there are no representations. If there are representations, we do try to conciliate with those who've made representations. We try to work between both parties, between the applicant and the person who's made a representation, and see if there's any agreement that's been reached. Often when there's a reduction in hours, we will then pass that information back to the people who've made representations and say, would you be minded to withdraw your representation on this basis, etc. But if those parties don't reply to us, or they come back to us and say, no, we're not happy with that agreement, then it's for the members to decide of the licensing subcommittee. So we will only ever grant a license where everything is squared away, so to speak, where there's no issues and everybody's happy, and we've got an email from everybody saying they've got no concerns with the application, or that they're happy with the new position. If that's not the case, then we'll put it before members to make a decision.
Thank you very much. That's fantastic.
No
my next question is actually to Mr. Campbell. I believe you're the regional manager. Is that correct?
That's correct, Chair. Thank you.
Excellent. So, I mean, I don't know what that actually means. Could you just perhaps introduce yourself, just so we have a bit of a feel for who you are and why it is that you're here?
Yeah, no problem at all. Hopefully it will give you some context. So I've joined Papa John's a short while ago. I'm the regional manager. I look after 47 stores across London. I have 6 area managers who report to me. They each look after between kind of 8, 9 and 10 restaurants. The reason I'm kind of, I guess my relevance here would be, I've worked in the service sector for over 30 years now. I worked for some of the biggest brands in the world. I worked for McDonald's previously for over 20 years, for McDonald's franchisee. I worked for KFC for 5 years. I'm now enjoying my time with Papa John's. I've operated restaurants in some really challenging areas, including cumulative impact areas. I've operated restaurants in sensitive areas. I understand and listen to the concerns of the residents and take all of those on board. I've always tried to approach in my role to be a good neighbour. We want to be a good part and contribute to the community, work collaboratively with the police and councils across. I've worked with police and councils and residents across England and Wales in the past. I've also, in my career, organised things such as litter initiatives. Some of note, I organised a beach clearance from Felixstowe all the way to Clacton, which was 50 miles. We covered that whole coastline with the staff from the 10 restaurants I was operating at the time. I've also arranged things like clearance of litter hotspots in Ipswich, where the residents have nominated an area where they had concerns, and we went out to and get it out, whether it be the side of a riverbank or something similar. I've presented in local schools about the impact of litter and also the importance of recycling. And in fact, indeed, I actually arranged for a council litter recycling truck to come along on that occasion and to show all the school kids what happens with the litter after it had been disposed of. And I've also won awards with the Tidy Britain group whilst I was at McDonald's for dealing with litter. So I think I'm quite experienced in terms of dealing with these kind of matters. So yeah, happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you. I do have a couple more. The first, just a bit of an aside, was how many times have you visited this store?
I've been to the store twice. I've only been in the role for 5 weeks. I've been to the site twice. I do have, like I say, 47 stores in total, but I also have an area manager who visits the store on a regular basis. He would be expected to go to the store at least once a week, if not, possibly twice a week, depending on the demand for that restaurant and the challenges at the store.
Thank you. Mr. Athor offered litter patrols as a condition, should we be minded to grant the application. But unless I've misread this, and if licensing could correct me if I have misread this, they're already a condition. And not only are they already a condition, but by the I don't want to use the word evidence because someone will probably tell me it's not proper evidence, but by the testimony that we've heard today from residents, nobody's ever seen it happen.
Whether people have seen it happen or whether it happens late at night when people aren't around, or whether it's in the morning or whatever, I couldn't comment on. But what I do know is that I've used these successfully in the past, whereby we will agree an area that we will cover, and we will document when we'll go out to visit that. We'll make sure that the store signs something to commit to make sure that it's been done, so there's some follow-up, and then that follow-up will be from the area manager to make sure that it actually, there's a structure to it. I'm not sure whether there's so much a structure to the litter patrol as such currently. in the past, I've even had situations where, if a resident has contacted me where they've got concerns about litter that's say in their garden or whatever, we've sent somebody down to their garden to pick that box up or whatever the thing might be.
So for the Walham Grove store, would there be a documentary log for the litter patrols that have or haven't been taking place over the last, well, let's say, was it June, July? Not you personally, but PJ Corp took over.
PJ Corp took over in June. I couldn't comment on whether there's an actual log as such. I'm not sure whether that was the conditions of the previous license that was actually documented, but it's certainly something that I could look into.
Thank you.
And going forward, it's something that I could certainly make sure that we enforce within the store.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be honest. I was on the committee in February, and I'll be honest, I was personally a little surprised when I saw that despite an application for, I believe it was a half-hour extension last time being rejected, you thought that it would be wise, I don't know the right word, to apply for a 24-hour license. And I'm curious what it is that you believe had changed that would mean that a new application, which, we judge every application on its merits. But I'm asking Mr. Campbell a question, if you don't mind. What you believe might have changed that might mean that the committee might make a different decision at this time?
I don't think it'd be.
Sorry to interrupt. Just to make it clear, during this stage of the of the proceedings, people can't ask questions. It's only council members that can ask questions, and it'll be down to the party that they ask the questions to answer them. I can't hear from anybody else. Sorry, Councillor Stanton. Please.
Chair, can I just make a point?
No, please turn your microphone.
The decision to make.
No. Please don't interrupt the councillor. Councillor Stanton, please continue.
That was my question, really. What is it that's please, I really do want to hear. What is it that's different now than a completely separate application? I'm not suggesting that decision has any bearing on this decision that we make today at all, but it was only just a very few months ago. So I would like to know, give me the positives.
Sure. I mean, I don't think it'd be appropriate for me to comment on an application for a previous company. And that's what in essence has changed. In June, the companies were, the stores were transferred into corporate ownership. So we're not talking like for like in terms of the actual application. We have, as my colleague has already mentioned, applied successfully for other planning applications in other areas and in similar situations. And we, like I said previously, would like to be a good neighbour and fit in with the community. We also have a completely different management team to the team that was in place on the previous application. So yeah, to your question, materially, the company has changed, the personnel has changed, and our conditions that we're offering this evening have also changed.
Thank you very much. No, that's good to hear. One final question, and then I'll pass over to the committee if I may. This is I think it's either to Mr. Campbell or to Mr. Rathore. Mr. Rathore, you mentioned, and pardon me, I've been taking notes, but I'm not I don't do shorthand. It's been a long time since I was at university and used to be able to take fast notes. So apologies if I haven't got everything down correctly. You said that you would be able to, I think it was the word you used was control third-party drivers. And I wasn't quite sure what you meant by that. I mean, in particular, you'll know because you read the council's licensing policy that we're very keen on electric bikes and electric forms of delivery. Now, the photographs, which I know they've not been substantiated as being kind of taken on the date that they're purported to be from, that show the row of scooters outside the current store don't look as if they're electric to me. So my first question, I suppose it's a double question really, is what exactly did you mean by control of third-party operators? And also why, if you do not already have electric scooters yourself, do you not already have electric scooters?
Yes, thank you very much for that, Councillor Stanton. These are operational matters. I think they'll be best explained by Richard Campbell, who went to some lengths in briefing me in relation to this hearing, but he will be able to answer it far more thoroughly and comprehensively than I can in terms of how you control certainly the third-party aggregators we call.
Thank you.
Thank you. So whenever a delivery is generated, we have a system we call for a delivery driver. So the delivery driver receives a notification on their phone or tablet, whatever device they decide to use. That is actually tracked by the delivery companies. So be it just the Uber Eats or Deliveroo, the delivery job is assigned to a driver. So when that driver comes to pick up the delivery, if there should be an issue with the driver's behavior or conduct or something similar, we have the order number, which we then can go back to the delivery aggregator and we'll report that misbehavior. Now, I have a weekly phone call with the delivery aggregators. We also have a WhatsApp group where we can report things immediately. So if there is something that's instant and immediate needs to be reported, I have a direct line into one of our aggregators, Stuart. And the other ones, it would simply be a case, the store keeping track of the order number and reporting that back to the delivery aggregator. And when we do that, they can turn off that person from visiting that store again. So that delivery driver would be barred from coming back to that store to make any more deliveries if if it was deemed that their behavior was unacceptable.
Okay, thank you. So, I mean, it doesn't, for instance, mean though that there's no GPS tracking, so you can't see where the scooters have been.
There is GPS tracking. Sorry to interrupt.
So is there? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So we not only have a GPS tracking, the bikes themselves are geolocated. So the actual technology behind the system knows when the driver is getting close to the store. It estimates how long it will take them to get to the store so that we can get the order ready. It tells us how long it will take them to deliver the order. We also, depending on which system we operate in the store, can see on a map where the driver is. And aside from that, with our own drivers, we have a monitoring system whereby I can tell where any of the bikes are at any point. I can tell when they've been used, how long they've been used for, the starting location of the journey, the ending location, the duration, and whether that's been used outside of the operating times of the store.
So would that system also, for example, record if they've been doing more than 20 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, or if? It would. And I'm not commenting on your particular store now because I don't live around the corner, but I do know from having observed other unrelated delivery bikes, they do have a habit of skipping over pavements when that's the quickest way between two roads. And not using legal routes. Would it automatically pick that up? Would it flag it to you, or would someone have to be watching it in real time to note it?
It wouldn't flag somebody crossing a pavement, but we would hope that the drivers would be responsible enough that they wouldn't behave in that way. And certainly, if it was reported to us, then there would be action taken. Our drivers are obviously subject to driver regulations, just like everybody else, and so they shouldn't break the law. In terms of the speed, it does report the speed that the drivers ride the bikes at. That's for our owner drivers for the bikes that we own. And for the third-party aggregators, I don't know whether it records the speed, but certainly again, there's a geolocation which will tell them exactly where the drivers are, and they use that technology so that they can ensure that they get the driver to the store in the best time possible.
Thank you. And electric bikes. Do you have any control over the third-party aggregators? What about your own fleet?
I believe that we do have some electric bikes in the fleet. We currently have, I think it's around 300 bikes in the business. We're looking at different business models as we speak. But I don't believe that that's something that has been proposed as part of this planning application. Sorry, this licensing application. But my colleague might be able to expand upon that.
Thank you very much. I think, although I do have a few more questions, I will give my fellow committee members an opportunity to ask some questions. And as I say, Chair, I reserve the right to come back a little later, perhaps.
Noted. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Franton.
Thank you. Thank you,
Councillor
everybody.
Verdier.
Thank you, Chair. I also have a few, but I wanted to come back on what's just been said about the question of reporting potential bad drivers or delivery staff. So the problem is it's based around having a delivery number. So if you're any of the residents, actually you just see someone speed through and you can't really report them. And actually, in fact, that ties into my second question, which is, you've talked about these extra conditions. So for instance, I don't see one where actually residents could report to you evidence of staff who are misbehaving or causing problems, if they've told us there is. I'm curious to know why you've waited for tonight. So ChatGPT earlier told me that it was 234 days ago that your first planning application got rejected, and you haven't chosen to voluntarily put in place those things to actually come to us today and say, look, we've got 200+ days of operation where we've put those in place, and actually we've been in touch with residents, etc., and everyone's happy, so grant us. You've told us in great lengths what we should do, and it's one of my favorites, being told about what we should do or should not do. Why have you chosen to wait until today to propose these conditions and not implement them? And that's either to the general regional manager, sorry, or the agent.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that question. I've been involved fairly recently, and not all of those days that have been mentioned. And we have put this application in. We looked at the application the previous time round, and there were fundamental flaws there which no longer exist. For example, operating until 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. Now, in terms of this application, as I've said at the outset, we quite commonly have applications that are granted to those hours, even in stressed areas. What we're talking about here from our point of view is that even though we have a license till 11:30, we as a company have not operated those. We've treated this as a premises which does not have a license, and the license, the conditions only bite when you are carrying out licensable activities. Yes, we can say, why haven't we carried these out up until today? But we've had these for a short period of time, and there's nothing in the legislation. I hear what you're saying, it would have been ideal, but there's nothing in the legislation which says we have not done things in accordance with the statutory requirements. And we also had a dialogue with the police, as I've said, but following that, we entered into negotiations with the residents. They weren't interested at all in getting around a table and having a discussion. So it was a case of, from the residents, see you in court. So when we get to this stage to ask for a license, it's at that point, because we are now going to be carrying out licensable activities, we're saying not only have we effectively delicensed ourselves by shutting at 11 o'clock, moving forward, if we get this license, these are the measures that we will put in place.
So because you couldn't negotiate with residents, and correct me if I'm wrong, the company that took over the operation was incorporated, as Companies House says, was incorporated beginning of March. That's still 200 days ago. You chose not to take steps that could actually possibly make the councillors think this is a business that has demonstrated being a good player in the community. Instead, you wait until tonight. Is that correct?
Well, it's not entirely correct, and I'm not sure it's entirely fair either. We've taken this over around June of this year. There is a licensing process, and many cases are decided and determined on the day of the hearing. Now, we came to the hearing today, and the licensing law, case law tells us it's about the hearing now. Okay, it may have been ideal before, but it doesn't bar you from making a decision to grant the license for us to carry out licensable activities in accordance with any conditions that you may deem appropriate and proportionate. Now, ideally, what we would have done is, because we don't have any prior engagement with any of the councils till today. We don't know what questions are going to be asked. We don't know why one local authority would grant it till 5 a.m. but not earlier. But what we do have is the opportunity to engage with the residents. The residents shut the door on us completely, but we still, regardless of that, have offered more than we have agreed with the police and the environmental health officer. And our submissions also are, and we're not trying to preempt anything here, that there still has to be substantiated evidence. And despite all that, today we're coming to you saying, okay, the residents didn't engage with this. We're seeing you for the first time, having heard everything today. We factored everything in, particularly during the break we had, and we've come up with these extra conditions, hopefully to alleviate your concerns.
Thank you for your response, but you'll accept that in licensing hearing, you're also allowed to present evidence of actually going the extra mile. That's also allowed. So let's move on, shall we? I had a question around the proposal to have staff waiting inside, and you touched on that. And on page 18 of what we've been given, and there's pictures. For instance, at the moment, it's taken evidence 7 parking motorcycles. So I was wondering, in terms of the size of the business, what would you do if 5, 6, or 7 staff turned up at the same moment? Could be a moment that there's football on television, so everyone wants to pizza. And the second question is, for drivers who are concerned by this condition that you're proposing, does that only include drivers who are waiting for an item to be produced by you to then take it to someone else? Or does that include drivers who have nothing going on, who are simply waiting outside Papa John's for a delivery job to start?
Would you like me to take that question?
Yes, please, Richard.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor. So in terms of the number of drivers, it wouldn't be the case that we just have, an uncontrollable number of people turn up at the store. We schedule those drivers. If they are our people working, then we rota them. Now, it doesn't make any business sense for us whatsoever to have people stood inside the store. When they've stood there, they're not delivering, they're not productive. So, we try to manage the number of people that are within the store to the volume of the business. Now, another business model that we could look to, if the council was minded to grant the application, and something that we're exploring in other areas, is what we call driverless, whereby we don't use our own drivers. So you wouldn't have any bikes parked outside the store. You would only have, when we get an order, we call for a delivery aggregator who sends the driver. The driver arrives at the store, picks up the package and leaves immediately. And that would completely alleviate any concerns about people being within the store, or even a number of drivers within the store, or the bikes parked outside the store. But that would only be that's an option, and certainly something that we'd be happy to introduce if the council, like I say, were minded to grant the application. But to go back to your initial question, we wouldn't have 5, 6, 7, 8 drivers waiting around, because we would never call for a third-party driver when we've already got people stood waiting to deliver. It doesn't make any business sense.
I might call on a resident actually, who's around. It's ready to answer. Catherine. Yeah, perfect. Catherine. You said you're a resident who lives nearby. What do you see most? Is it delivery drivers who are in the process of conducting a delivery, or is it residents? Apologies. Or is it delivery drivers who are waiting to get a delivery job?
It's just delivery drivers who are just waiting on their mopeds because it's hard for us. I mean, obviously there are some Papa John's, some that say Papa John's on the moped, and then there are some jerk chicken and possibly from the cafe opposite. So it's not just Papa John's drivers, but there's a group of drivers who just sit there, and they just congregate and seem to wait for orders.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So going back to you, Richard, the driverless model that you talked about, but in the event that only a condition to have drivers wait inside, then in fact the drivers that aren't waiting for a job, that are in fact waiting for a job wouldn't be captured. And in fact, you can keep them inside for half an hour whilst they await a pizza, could you?
Sorry, I didn't really understand the question.
So what we've heard from the resident is the people who seem to be outside, and we've heard in the evidence packs the noise and the rubbish caused by drivers waiting for a job is the main thing. You're proposing a condition that drivers should wait inside the premises. I'm trying to understand whether this is drivers who have got a delivery number and an address to go to and are waiting for the item to be handed over to them and then be delivered, or is it drivers who are awaiting a job to come in? And so my understanding is that you couldn't get drivers who haven't got a job yet to wait in your premises, because in fact, they're potentially not even your drivers yet. But even if they are, you said that you wouldn't want them waiting inside your premises anyway.
So I guess you need to understand the business model to understand how we operate. So in terms of the drivers waiting within the store, they would be the drivers that were employed by us. They would wait within the store. If that was a condition of the license, they would wait within the store till we got an order, and then they would take the order out. The other drivers, the way that the economy for these drivers works is they need to be active. You know, if they're stood around, they're not earning. So the last thing they want to do is be sat on a bike outside our store. Now, the resident did comment, which was, to be fair, that she didn't know whether they were our drivers or just general drivers, you know, who were gathered in the neighborhood. So I couldn't really comment on that specific example. But like I say, it doesn't make any business sense for us to have a whole load of drivers stood around doing nothing. And the third-party drivers wouldn't be doing that on our behalf, because there's no benefit to them whatsoever. They look for jobs and they go in and be productive. And our own drivers, if you were minded to make the condition that we had to keep the drivers in the store, they would wait within the store. I hope that answers your question. I'm not sure whether I've explained that particularly well.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to hand over to someone else, but I would highly repeat that please could the applicant get to us these things in writing, so that we're not judging this based on notes, but in fact judging this based on actually what are you proposing tonight by the time that we end these questions. So, Chair, if you want to.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, I've got a few questions. If the applicant could start off by helping me with, you kindly sent us a supplementary agenda E, and we received it, and in there you've discussed supplementary agenda C. Is that correct?
Chair, that I'll just need to get to my notes, if I may. There's quite a few agendas, just bear with me. We discussed quite a few.
I just want to do yes or no. It's fine.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, as I say, we didn't look to.
Yeah, so
we didn't look to attack. We didn't look to respond.
Question. You sent us supplementary agenda E, and in supplementary agenda E, you discussed supplementary agenda C.
No, we've discussed various there've been there's various headings, supplementary agenda A, B, C, and D, and then some general points as well.
It's page 7 of the supplementary agenda E, where they discuss supplementary agenda C.
Thank you, Gerda. So does that change your mind?
In what respect?
You've discussed supplementary agenda C in your supplementary agenda E.
Well, we've discussed more than one agenda.
I'm not saying that, it was just the C that I've got.
Yes, it's showing.
So we're getting there, yeah.
Sorry.
That's just a yes. Yeah. So if we just look at supplementary agenda C, there are there's some photographs and some pictures of some number. So can you tell me who owns these white motorcycles with the box with the Papa John's logo on it? When I say owns, I'd include rents or leases.
Sorry, Chair, that's Richard. I wonder if you could assist on that.
It's okay. If you have a look at agenda C that you've discussed, on page 3 of the picture, on page 4 of the agenda,
yes,
you've got some pictures of some vehicles, and you've also got pictures on page 8.
Chair, I think I can answer this.
10, yeah.
Apologies, Chair. Yeah, I think I can answer this. So when I visited the site personally, I did see there was a row of bikes there, and some of the bikes were ours, some of them were other delivery people.
If I just repeat the question again for you, on page 3 and 4, there's essentially only one bike in either of those pictures. One's index number KP22LXN, the other's KP72GRX. Are they your bikes?
I could certainly check our records and come back to you with that. If it's a white bike with a Papa John's box, then it's safe to say it's one of ours.
Well, you've seen the agenda. Do you want to just either you or Willati?
Chair, I'm looking at that picture now. It's got a box with Papa John's on it, so we can assume that one is a Papa John's bike.
That's one of your bikes.
Yeah.
And and can I take it that you've inherited or bought into this when you've changed management companies, and that this fleet of bikes is still yours? Or was
that's right. There is a fleet of bike that's owned by the.
Have you also inherited or taken on the existing drivers who ride these motorcycles?
Those drivers would have been chupied across to the new business.
Okay. Yeah. And could you tell me how many of them have full motorcycle licenses?
I couldn't tell you, but I know that they all have the required license that they need to ride those bikes.
So that was I just presumably you would have seen their licenses, so you'd know whether it was a full license or not.
Yeah, the business, but that isn't. I mean, I deal in operations. I deal with the stores and things. We have a head office where they control all those aspects. We have a legal team, we have a compliance team, we have people who would look at all those kind of things. We could, I can say that these people all have the required license, because we wouldn't recruit them and we wouldn't be able to use them.
So any infractions would essentially be down to not you, it would be another department in your organisation.
Yeah, but like I say, when somebody is hired, the part of the recruitment and onboarding process would be to check that they have the requirement, the relevant license.
Yeah, and if they lost their license or something, would you pick up on that, or would your head office organisation deal with that?
The driver would be under an obligation to declare that to us.
Okay, so you wouldn't know. So, if is Harry still with us from the local residents? Or is Bahar or John Schoolding or Simon Jones? Do we have any local residents? Okay.
Yeah, I'm a local resident. What's the question?
So maybe if I could ask John. John, can you help the committee, please? We've heard consistently through this about the way motorcycles, and I'll use that term to include mopeds, and I don't care whether it's petrol or electric, that the way these are driven and operated, and you've lived in this area for quite a long time, I understand. Do you feel that these vehicles are, sorry, before I start, do you have a full driving licence?
Yes, I do. Okay. I've had it for the best part of 40 years.
So you're familiar with both the guidance in the highway code and the highway. So would you say that these vehicles are driven in a manner that complies with the law?
Generally, my experience is sadly not. No, the vast majority of drivers on my road are all L plates, and I don't believe they have full licenses unless they're keeping the L plate on without taking it off.
You're preempting my next question, if I may. So my next question is, okay, if they're learners, do you think they understand the concepts of road safety, or are prepared to uphold the general road safety and the rights of other road users?
In the experience of myself and others on my road who I've spoken to, no, they pretty much pay lip service to it and do what they want.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. And if I could just come to Catherine.
Hello.
Are you a driver?
Yes.
Yes, you have a licence?
Yes.
And would you say that these vehicles are the vehicles that we see in the pictures in the appendixes with the Papa John boxes, in your experience, are they driven in a legal and lawful way?
Well, I have seen them go down the street the wrong way because this is a one-way street, but you know,
okay.
I can't. You know, I look at moped drivers in general and think that they're not driving carefully, and that, you know, an accident could happen at any moment because they go too fast. But I can't specifically say that, you know, I've seen Papa John's drivers be irresponsible other than, you know, going the wrong way down our street.
Okay, so yeah, and if I could also ask, is it Simon Jones? Is Simon there?
Yes. Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
Hello, Simon. Pretty much in the same vein. Do you see these mopeds? I'm terribly sorry to say, but you look like a driver. Can I assume you have a license?
Yes, I've had it for many years. Yeah,
and so you're familiar with the highway code, yeah, and the and the basic laws of the road. Would you say these things are driven in a lawful way? Do you think somebody who might be frail or vulnerable would walking across the road would feel safe?
All of the moped drivers around Fulham Broadway, including Effie Road, Effie Place, Berkeley Road, they're driving way over the speed limit around here. You know, it's just a well-known fact. And then they're cutting through the traffic gate that we have all the time. They're typically the pizza delivery drivers and the you know, the Uber Eats and delivery guys.
So, and may I ask, if a Walham Grove resident had a motorcycle, where would they be able to park it on the road?
My husband has a motorcycle.
I'm sorry for not coming to you before. Sorry, Charlie. If you
that's all right. I have a full license for many a year. I've a full motorbike riding license as well, not just a 125.
I should have come to you first. Sorry. Please continue. We've lost you. You're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Great. So I'm a resident. I am also a driver and also have a motorbike license, a full motorbike license. So not just a license, a learner license, 125, I can do that. So basically what I can see is that I can park on my street, but as I said, what I noticed is that other moped drivers are being forced away from the bay because they don't understand they can park in the residence parking bay, but they're making because of the traffic and the delivery on the opposite side of the road, we have a company, another restaurant that lines up their moped drivers, and that's forcing a bottleneck, and it's going to be an issue and a crash. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, if I could come back to the applicant and to Rolati, when we talk about the local police, we're talking about the Metropolitan Police, and as police forces go in London, I still call them the local police, but they are, I mean, it's a bigger police force than some countries have got. So for their specialist licensing officers, yeah, they know all the licensing things. As you've mentioned, have you ever been in touch with the local police? And I mean the Safer Neighbourhoods team or the Fulham Broadway Police?
I've not been in touch with them. What we have done is the due process under the licensing regime, who have designated.
So could you just? You'll accept I'm not a law. Could you tell me what the due process is?
The due process is you make, well, as your licensing manager and your legal advisor will no doubt advise you on this. The due process.
I'm sorry to talk over you because I wanted to get to the point of this more quickly. You said you did it to the due process.
Yes, the due process.
What your take is, or what your explanation of the due process is, please.
The due process is to make an application in accordance with the regulations under the Licensing Act, which we did. We received an acknowledgement from the licensing department to say that a valid application had been received. Those applications, a copy of those were then submitted to all the responsible authorities, including the local one for the police for your local authority area. We then set up a meeting with them to discuss the licensing concerns as a responsible authority in relation to this application. So they are the main consultee for the police force for this particular area. And with them, we discussed these applications, the concerns in the area, the previous hearing, and we reached an agreement with them. Beyond that, there is no requirement to engage with anybody else because they have a designated police force or an arm of the police force that deal with licensing in this area.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's absolutely correct. But that just brings us around to that you've never talked to the local police.
Well, no, no.
Okay, so okay, so the and you'll appreciate it in such a big police force. When we say the local police, certainly the licensing police would have been dealt with, but you've not dealt with local officers who would be more in touch with what the residents were complaining
okay.
to. Because
okay.
you would appreciate that. If I just finish what I'm saying, local residents will not have. They've probably never even met licensing police officers, but they will have met their local police officers.
Yes.
I'm going to move on to my.
Can I please answer the question? Would that be okay?
Go on then. What's the question you're going to answer?
Well, the question about who we did, I think you've said that they wouldn't have met. The people who we spoke to in licensing, they will liaise with the local beat officers as part of their duties, and they knew the residents and some that they named by name. So they do know. I don't know the extent details of the liaison between them two, but they were aware of the actual residents who have objected. And they're fully aware of what their concerns are, and they've taken all those on board. So they are very aware of those. And I understand there may have been dialogue with some of those residents as well. Otherwise, why would they know their names?
So just as a general knowledge question, and it's I'm not going to hold it against anybody who doesn't know, but the premise is actually the convolution of several roads. In fact, they are three of the busiest roads in the old borough of Fulham. Do you know what they are? Do you know which are the busy roads then? Well, I'll tell you, it's the B317, the A3219, and the A304. And it is a very, very busy junction. This is a very, very busy area, and residents get frightened at that junction. And what they're telling you is definitely for real. They haven't got a problem with a pizza. They've got a problem with your delivery bikes. And I really don't think that's coming across so far. I'm going to leave the questions for now and hand over to my councillor colleagues, who I'm sure have got more questions by now.
Chair, I have one question, which is in two parts. Mr. Athor, you said that you made an attempt to meet or contact with the residents, but that the residents shut the door. I was just wondering if you could outline exactly what efforts have been made to meet with residents.
Yes, councillor. We wrote to them about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and a copy of that letter is in the bundle. Now, given the nature of the objections we were expecting, we didn't want to write to the residents direct. We wanted an element of transparency. We also wanted the residents to know that we aren't doing anything untoward. So we did it via the licensing officer. The licensing officer, I understand, then forwarded those letters to, I say letters, there were emails to the residents, and somebody came back. I certainly got one response saying that no, their objection still stands.
Never received anything.
Sorry, excuse me. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. So was it a request to meet or discuss with them, or was it a request to them to ask if they were withdrawing their objection?
I can't remember it was certainly
The reason
to advise them.
1 second. The reason I say that is that your response to, or your suggestion of them shutting the door, was the objection still stands, which is slightly different than, you know, the letter that we have a copy of, and there has been quite a lot of paperwork this application, so forgive me if I have missed something, but the letter that I'm looking at starts off, "Thank you for your reply." Well, that's obviously a reply to something, but we've not seen that, so it's difficult to put the rest of the letter into context.
I think that letter may have been served as part of one of the supplementary bundles, but the point we're making here is we try to engage with the residents, and we did that via your licensing officer, and I think they received quite a few replies saying thanks but no thanks, we're not agreeing to anything that we're putting forward, and no counter proposals were put forward either.
Fine, thank you. I'm going to ask the licensing authority for comment. I am then going to ask the residents for very, very brief comments, if I may. So I don't know, Adrian, would this be you?
Yes, councillor, I can help. Was that a general comment, or was it in relation to a specific point that you?
Well, it was with regard just to what's the process that's actually. Sorry, no, not the process. But Mr. Athor just very helpfully explained to us that he's effectively communicated, I think, in my words, with the residents through yourselves. And I was just wondering if you could outline, you know, what in your view has happened in terms of communications between the applicant and the residents.
Yeah, as I understand it, that communication has come through the licensing team, and we've passed on information and passed it backwards and forwards. We normally like to do it that way because residents can sometimes be slightly unnerved getting emails from they've made a representation to something and then they're getting emails from a company or whatever that they may not recognize. So we do like to control that information flow and then make sure that they're coming back via us. I think Lorna was dealing with all of that information, so she may be able to provide a bit more detail on that. So I might just pass you over to her if that's okay as well.
No, that's perfect. And Lorna, just before you answer, thank you also for the explanation that that's the normal way, because that wasn't about to be a follow-up question. So thank you very much. Lorna, where's Lorna gone? There you are.
I'm here still. So obviously there was a reduction in hours at the end of the consultation period, like I do with all applications. Will inform all residents or all objectors of the proposals of the reduction of hours. Only one resident chose to withdraw on the basis of that, and then there was also, I was copied into an email between the applicant, between Walatai and I believe it was to Charlotte Dexter, which is the one that is in the information pack. And that's the correspondence that has been sent back and forth. All correspondence is in the report, just for full transparency, so that the residents have had been able to comment as well.
Right, so there's been no other kind of correspondence between the applicant and any of the other residents. It's just been with Charlotte.
Yeah, I think because Charlotte, I mean, she might be able to answer herself, contacted directly, but obviously for GDPR, we don't pass any emails of residents to the applicant or the applicant's agent. So that is why it's done through the licensing authority.
Of course, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. Charlotte, if you have just a brief comment.
Yes, thank you. So on supplementary agenda D for Dexter, on page 3.
Or Dominic.
Yes, so Dominic, excuse me. Thank you, Councillor. I put in this letter that I wrote to him, and I said, to clarify, on July 14th, we saw that Papa John's was transferring the premises license, and the new operator we thought might spell some hope. So on the same day, so July 14th, I asked, and the licensing authority obliged to contact the new premises license holder. So I gave the licensing authority the okay to give the new Papa John's people my details, and said in that email, we could be in contact, might be useful, whatever. On the same day, we asked and they obliged. Okay, whilst we waited to hear from Papa John's, and we did not have to wait too long, on the 25th, so from the 14th to the 25th, PJ Corp Stores Limited lodged a new licensing application for 24 hours without any discussion with residents. So I'm writing this to Mr. Waleed, okay? Because he wrote to me and said he wanted to meet with residents. He wrote to me on September 7th, he wrote to me. I said, then I don't speak for all 50 responders. Supporters of your client's application may well be the ones open to a discussion with you at this point. So September 7th was after the closing of responses, which I believe was August 22nd, I have in my head. Yeah, so that's what happened. So I thought it was a bit late when we couldn't do anything. And I'll be honest here, I was annoyed that we hadn't heard from them from the 14th. Then we saw the new application for 24 hours. Then we put in all of our concerns. And then he came back and said he'd like to meet with residents. So it said, well, you can meet with residents that are in favor of your application. Please contact the licensing authority, was the essence of it.
Okay, thank you. So just to be clear, you first asked for your contact details to be passed to the applicant before the application had gone in.
Yes, because
you heard about the change in
because there was an application to change the premises license holder, and that went in on the 14th. That's a minor amendment, a minor variation. It just kind of happens usually, unless there's some legality problem.
That's fine. That's fine.
So that was what prompted me. I thought, oh well, here's a new premises license holder. We finally have a name, so to say. maybe we can meet with this guy and maybe we can start a neighborhood discussion and so on and so forth. But that didn't happen. They applied on the 25th, so 9 days later. And then it went from there. And then he contacted me after everything closed. And, you know, I thought, well, I'm sorry, you know, it's a bit late. I thought to myself, I'm sorry, it's a bit late, isn't it? I guess we're going to see you at the hearing. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Okay.
That's fine. Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you.
My final question, I think, is to those residents who live in the very near vicinity to Papa John's, which is that PJ Corp took over in June, and I was wondering if you could tell me if you had seen any improvements in litter behaviour, anything that's changed since they took over. Catherine, if you could.
You're on mute. No improvement at
You're on
all.
mute.
No, I'm
You're
not. No improvement at all.
Okay.
You know, you can honestly walk by pretty much any day of the week. I mean, probably from tomorrow they'll start cleaning, hopefully. But up to now, during this year, you can pick up dockets any day of the week that say Papa John's. On many occasions, photographs have been sent in from our residents on the street that say, you know, showing Papa John's, you know, pizza flyers all lying on the road. No one picks them up, and the delivery drivers just chuck their, you know, their Coca-Cola cans or their, you know, their sweet wrappers or their, you know, their cigarette butts. They just chuck everything on the street together with the dockets, and it's really a mess.
Thank you. Anybody else who's observed any changes since June? No. Well, Charlotte, no. This is specifically to people who live in the road. So if you don't mind.
I go there every day.
Yeah, Richard, if I might ask you, what changes have been implemented since you took over in June?
So the entire management structure has changed in the business with the introduction of PJ Corp. I'm sure you and the residents will hopefully appreciate and understand that since June, there's been a transfer of 116 stores to PJ Corp, which is a huge undertaking. We're still very much in early days as a business in terms of, you know, moving forward. The one thing I'll take from this evening's meeting, regardless of the outcome, will be, you know, that there's some learns there for us, you know, what we can do to kind of engage and integrate with the neighborhood. And so, you know, we are working tirelessly to be the best business that we can be. There's a long road ahead, but we are continuing to improve the business, the process, and, you know, the way that we do things.
Can I ask, is PJ Corp a new business or?
So PJ Corp was set up by Papa John's, the actual corporation. PJ Corp is the UK. It's a UK business that's been set up to run and operate 116 of the stores were bought back from franchisees. So whilst the actual PJ Corp itself is, you know, has only been going since, I think it was when it was incorporated, somebody said March or something. Actual Papa John's itself, I think, has been running since 1984 as a business.
Okay, so previously my understanding was that Papa John's, say in the UK, may stand to be corrected on that, was previously run as a franchise by D Alphabet something.
BFSI.
Yeah. So what happened? Did Papa John's Global bought that out, cancelled the franchise, or why has there been the change? I'm assuming that it is a complete break from them, or it's not just a rebranding exercise.
No, so the DFSI business, sold the Papa John's stores in the UK to PJ Corp. DFSI is still a Papa John's franchisee, but operates in other countries.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all for me, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor, if I can just add to that. the rationale behind buying stores back into the business was to demonstrate how well the business model could run and to be, if you like, the trailblazers and the leading lights for the business. So it was to give Papa John's something in the game so that they had somewhere that they can demonstrate best practice.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
No problem. Thank you.
I have a couple of other questions, and I think my colleagues on this hearing have asked in separate areas, so I'm going to not tread over the same ground that they've done. Richard, can you give us an idea of how many? We wanted to know more about the number of vehicles and movements and deliveries that you're doing. Can you give us an idea of how many vehicle movements there are per day or per evening, which would presumably be when people aren't collecting from the shop as pedestrians, but when delivery vehicles are being used?
A typical store would have, say, 4 drivers that they employ, I would say between 4 and 7 in total, that the store itself would employ. The Fulham store, there are more bikes there currently, which I did note when I was there last time, but I know that's because we have some excess bikes in the system and they will be moved. In terms of the number of movements, the movements, it's very, very seasonal. It's very, dependent on weather. When people decide to purchase a pizza can depend on the day of the week, the weather and stuff. So I couldn't say to you today I could tell you how many transactions there is per day on a daily basis, but that wouldn't really be for this meeting. But in terms of the number of drivers, we would typically have, say, probably 1 driver working during the day. And then over the evening day part, we probably have about 3 drivers working in total in that store to meet the demand. And again, to the when I spoke to one of your fellow councillors, we operate as a business, so it makes sense for us to have the drivers available when the demand is there, and when the demand isn't there, it doesn't make sense for us to have the drivers there. So we actively try to manage that.
Thank you. You can appreciate the dilemma I'm having, in that residents are clearly saying there's a lot of bikes going up and down, and they're causing a nuisance. So any information you can give the committee to consider about quantifying that number would be useful. Rather than put you on the spot and give you a few moments to think about that, if I could just ask some of the other residents to just sort of fill in some bit. Now, is Martin still here? No. Andrew,
Martin is here.
Yes, I am. Sorry, just took me a minute to find the
sorry, Martin,
unmute button.
I beg your pardon. So you kindly told us about some of the problems, and you'd also mentioned bikes. I assume you've got an idea of what the rules of the road are.
Do I have an idea of what the use of the road? Yeah. I'm sorry, I don't really understand the question.
Do you drive?
Yes, I do. I do, okay. And I cycle.
And have you got an idea of how many vehicles are coming and going here, and how well they're being ridden?
Well, I know that as far as how they're being ridden, I do know that they always seem to be in a hurry and accelerating and making a fair bit of noise, as scooters do. How many vehicles, I couldn't really put a number on it. I see it depends on which day of the week, and this isn't something I'm not out there with one of those hand counters. So how many on a busy night, there would be a lot of vehicles going up and down Barclay Road. What percentage of them are Papa John's, I couldn't say, but non-zero.
Okay, maybe I could come to, is Bahar with us?
Yes.
Yes. Hiya.
Hi.
You not only mentioned this, but you also told us about the safety of children, and there'd been incidents with vehicles, and you'd also seen some reckless driving as well. Could you tell me a bit more about what you've seen?
Yeah, so with regards to incidents with children, it's just, there are a number of young, primarily I'm talking about female teenagers that live on the road, and young women who have made comments in the past, my daughter included, about sort of not necessarily lewd comments, but alluding to something and making females passing those drivers feel uncomfortable, not just isolated incidents, but repeatedly. With regards to reckless driving, I have seen delivery scooters go down the wrong way since we've had the one-way system put in place. Prior to that, one actually fell just because he was swerving, fell onto one of my cars, damaging it, and then just drove off. One of the sort of wonderful things that's happened, and I've only been a resident for the last year, is that we have finally managed to get a one-way system in place. But me personally have had, in the 1 year that I've lived here, my car hit, one of my cars hit 5 times, and the other one hit, I think, 2 or 3 times. One essentially got written off, and I ended up replacing the car. I mean, it was ridiculous. So there has been a huge improvement to the general sort of reckless driving, but there is still some teething issues until people are completely comfortable with the one-way system, but it doesn't seem to have sunk into the scooters.
Yeah, I mean, you'll understand that the committee can't hold Papa John's responsible for the overall nature of traffic, but
Sure.
but clearly we want to know what the traffic is relating to them, and they do have quite a few quite distinctive looking bikes.
Yes, and I have seen them, and so their volume is what I'm concerned about. So as you say, we can't hold them responsible for the general traffic, but my concern is their volume increasing with extended hours will exacerbate a problem that is already in place. But my main concern is just that continuing into the evening, and just that kind of massive group of drivers outside Papa John's, and it's extremely intimidating. I have a soon-to-be 16-year-old. There are other young females on the road. Even myself, I don't particularly like it as their mum. It's an intimidating group of men that are looking you up and down.
Okay, thank you. And if I might just ask, because I think it was. No, it wasn't. Was it Catherine that you explaining about mopeds and you sent some photos in? So as you're both together, you can both be either of you, as long as you don't speak at the same time. Either of you can answer that.
So we did see moped drivers ride on pavements when it's really bad. Okay, and it doesn't matter, I've seen it more than once or twice. It is a rate, it is important to note that these moped drivers drive on the pavement. And I've actually got a video of it. That's all I wanted to say.
As do I.
And if I could just ask, do you see that there's that the road is closed or it's obstructed, or was there any justification for this?
I think, it comes about when the road was really busy. And I think that it's going to happen a bit more, or it could happen again when the Wandsworth Road is opened again. but it is a problem on the junction where Papa John's is, and I can see that's a bottleneck, and people are in a hurry and they will come around that corner real quick. In the middle of September, end of this month, it's going to be pretty busy. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Right. Now, Richard, you can't ask questions, but I would like to hear if you've got something to add on what you've heard so far.
Yeah, I mean, the reason I've raised my hand is that I understand the line of question that you have, but it kind of feels as if we've had quite a few sweeping comments on moped riders in general when we're determining the Papa John's application. And to put that into context, the examples, and I fully sympathise with the lady whose vehicle was written off by somebody, but I'm assuming that wasn't a Papa John's driver. And we've had other examples of people doing things. I would encourage the residents, if drivers aren't driving in accordance with the law, then they should report them to the authorities. And if we have drivers who don't have who aren't entitled to drive, then they won't work for us. It's that simple. But yeah, I guess my point is to put into context the wider conversation that you've been having around moped behaviour and other businesses, which are included as well, and our own business, which we're discussing this evening, and this application.
Thank you. I'm going to, and again, for the same reason, I wanted to come to Miranda in turn anyway. So if you take your hand down, I would like to ask you a question. Would you mind putting your hand down? So your electronic hand. Great. So Miranda, as well as representing this, you obviously live locally, and that's very, very important because you see and breathe all this. And I'd like to. You did when we went through. You did mention about illegal riding, and I would like you to help the committee and just expand a bit on
that. Yes. I don't know whether you know that area. Farm Lane kind of extends to the church.
Yes, I know it very well throughout my entire life.
Okay, so there is. I've lived there. Well, I've lived in Fulham for 40 years. I've lived in Farm Lane, Vanston Place since 2006. The pedestrian area, which is Vagabond one side and Malt House. Not the Malt House, it's what I can't remember what it's called now, and the other one. It's pedestrianised, and it isn't only Papa John motorbikes. It's Deliveroo bicycles, it's Uber Eats bicycles, you name it, all of them. They're meant to actually dismount their scooters and bicycles and walk through that pedestrianisation until they get to the end by Pure Gym, where the road starts again by can't remember the flats. But they don't. They drive straight through. And about, I don't know, I mean, some years ago, community police used to stand there probably twice a week and actually physically stop the motorbike drivers. So it has improved slightly, but they're still doing it because it's a quick cut through for them. They gain probably 3 or 4 minutes by not going out onto the North End Road, through a set of traffic lights to the roundabout, waiting to feed in, probably stopped at the next traffic lights by Pure Gym, and then another set of pedestrian lights before they get to the final lights where it's of Fulham Broadway and, God, I can't remember the name of the road. So yes, it is a big issue, a very big issue. And they're noisy, they speed, I mean, as everyone else has said. I didn't...
If I could just ask... Sorry. Do you recall, I know it very, very well, so I just want to see, do you recall the signs that are where that gate is across the road, where they nip round the sides? Can you recall the signs that are on that gate?
Yes, it says no through road. It's actually, I noticed the other day that it's a much bigger sign than it used to be, but people ignore it. General bicyclists ignore it as well. And, general public ignore it.
So without leading you or any of the other residents, would you recall that there's a big circular sign with a red outer and a picture of a black motorcycle over a picture of a car, which means no vehicles.
Yes,
Yeah.
but they still use it.
So have you or any of the other residents brought that matter to the police or complained to the police?
I personally haven't, no.
Okay. And I know there's a lot of vehicles doing it, so I'm just teasing the answer out of you if you don't mind. But I'm assuming you're going to say that you are certain that some of those vehicles would be Papa John's, but not necessarily under the current management, but just over a period of time that you've seen Papa John's bikes going through there?
Yes, yes.
There's
one other thing which I didn't mention in my original application, which was told to me by the porter actually of Dungannon House, and both Martin Band and Andrew Collins mentioned it.
Sorry, Miranda, if I can just stop you there. It's the committee needs to know what you've seen and what your experience is, rather than what somebody's told you was their experience is.
Okay, it's just that they have to clean the entrance to the underground garage 3 times a week, probably, because drivers defecate there or urinate there. And actually the same thing happens in our residential bin store just in the entrance to Farm Lane of our building. The cleaner has to clean it every single day. Some of that is people leaving the pub late at night. I do appreciate that, but not all the time.
But out of all the local ire with Papa John's, it's would you say it's fair that we can't pin that one on them?
Not on them solely, no.
Okay, yeah. So it's a fury with other with other similar operations, but not necessarily Papa John's. Yeah. So could I just come to Richard just very quickly, just on the point that Miranda has mentioned? What are the toilet facilities and hand washing facilities, etc., for your delivery riders?
There's toilets, facilities, and hand washing facilities within the store that they're more than welcome to use.
Okay, and I take it they do use them.
Yeah, they would use them. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm going to add my opinion in this. And I think if you provide somebody with a lawful toilet, they will tend to use it rather than. But it's people who don't have access to that. Okay, thank you very much. Do either of my councillor colleagues and members of this hearing have any further questions?
No further questions, Chair.
Okay.
Nothing.
I have one final question: is if Councillor Coleman is still here. Councillor Coleman, would you just? I've tried to on behalf of the committee get at some of the detail and the issues behind this, but you probably know the people far better than I do as your constituency secretary. Could you just give us your overall take on this?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of this. I'll try and limit my overall take to a small area, if I may, because I think what I've heard from the residents is, and both before tonight and tonight, is they don't feel that their concerns are taken seriously. And I guess I feel from having heard what I've heard tonight that I understand why they feel that, because, you know, to take an example, which has been already raised, but struck home with me, the offer. You know, you give us what we want, and we'll do some cleaning up for you in the area. Well, that's in the existing license. So don't do us any favors, mate. Stick to your you know, you've been there since June. Why not observe what's in the license already? And if it really matters to you cleaning up the area, then you'd already be doing it. You wouldn't be offering it. So I can see when that sort of thing happens, how residents might feel aggrieved and not being taken seriously, and have concerns and be skeptical about the offers that are made of doing certain things by the new applicant. I mean, they will have observed the previous committee's hearings. They will have heard that McDonald's goes and cleans Haldane Road regularly. I have to chase them every so often to remind them, but they do it. So it's not magic to them. And we already heard from Mr. I'm sort of searching the names here, but the gentleman from Richard Campbell, that he's he's passionate about cleaning up areas. He's got lots of experience of it. So why don't just do it? Why is it an offer, a conditional offer? And it's in your license. It's in your license anyway. It's in your current conditions anyway. So there are other examples which occurred to me. I'm not going to go through them all, but I do think that residents, and I've had a couple of residents contacting me during this meeting, they're not best pleased by the approach taken towards them, and I can see that, as I say, why they might feel this, given given the way that things haven't improved since June. They don't feel effectively spoken to, and things which are happening anyway are being offered as tempting tidbits to get this committee to agree to something which they turned down for reasons which have not changed, as far as I can see, despite what's been said this evening in February. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If there are no further questions from either of the councillors, we'll move on with the agenda and we'll come to the summing up. And I will ask that please can the party sum up as briefly as possible in the following order. The licensing officer, Lorna McKenna.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say, obviously, the application that is being considered this evening is for an extension to the current licence of Sunday to Thursday from 23:30 to midnight by half an hour, and Friday and Saturday from 2300 to 1 AM. So just that is what we're considering for tonight's hearing. Nothing further to add, Chair.
Thank you. John Spalding.
Thank you, Chair. Well, at about 8:40 this evening, some true colours finally appeared. The key question was there any change? What is the change from February? The answer, quite frankly, none. The applicant admitted it by then giving us a raft of changes, closing after 11, waiting inside, litter patrol, items which, of course, some of which they should already be doing, items which completely miss the point. The complaints today have fundamentally turned around noise and nuisance and crime. It's not, as I think Mr. Rathore said, that we are fundamentally flawed because we refer to something that is an alcohol case. It's not what is being carried, whether it's a pizza or a bottle of wine. It's that it is being delivered late at night and in a way which causes undeniable disturbance on the evidence of 50 or more people and all those who have attended this evening. It was not the case that residents, plural, shut the door, as very eloquently and clearly explained by Charlotte and others. So that type of language is very unhelpful. I absolutely agree that the case must be decided on its merits. I completely agree that there is no formal technical UMAR bound by the decision in February. I do not agree that the decision in February is irrelevant. It is so similar on the facts. It is so clearly overlapping in a number of ways, including the proximity to 100% residential areas. Quite frankly, I can't see any rational basis for ignoring it, and I can't hear any basis in law for ignoring it, and I can't see that in the guidance either. Nothing has changed. In fact, it's probably got worse. The GDPR issue is enormous and very serious. It sounds as if we're only touching the iceberg. The litter problem has been going on so long, it's depressing. I think ultimately, though, let's be honest, company 6 months, Mr. Campbell, I think he said he's been here 5 weeks. The truth is, isn't this a situation where, given the history, the applicant can use a year, 2 years to demonstrate that they are capable of running this in a way that is sensitive to the environment and the local area, sensitive to the issues. They can then produce real conditions that address noise and nuisance, not ones to do with shutting and switching lights off, because they think that will magically mean that if you don't have a light, you won't have people congregating. Yes, I think Mr. Campbell said it's the early days of a new business. You know, the policy asks you to take a holistic approach, and on that basis, in addition to the fact that I see no assessment of the impact or the cumulative impact at all, so I think the applicants failed in their requirements, as evidenced by the last-minute dash for conditions in a rather desperate move this evening. Frankly, in summary, I think it fails the objectives, and I think it should be rejected in its entirety. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, John. And now if I can come to Catherine McTaggart. Catherine, you have 3 minutes to sum up.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, first of all, that Mr. Rathore suggested that they could close the shop at 11 p.m. and simply do deliveries. I just want to emphasize that that really doesn't meet what the residents would prefer, which is no deliveries after 11 p.m. because, as we've said, you know, the nuisance, the noise disturbance, etc. We don't want to go over all of that, but that, you know, that proposal just simply goes against everything that we've requested. Also, he referred to unsubstantiated evidence. I'd just like to say we've submitted a lot of photographs. He can just walk down the street and pick up a docket himself any day of the week. And it says Papa John's on it. And not only that, but it'll give the client's address, details, telephone number as well. So lastly, just to sum up, just to say thank you very much for listening, but please, should we not have another call in 6 months, because this has gone on already for almost 4 hours. You know, 6 months ago, we did a very long call as well. It's just a waste of everyone's time. And it would just be so much better if, you know, we sort of, you know, had a good relationship with Papa John's management. We got to know them. They made an effort to meet the residents of the street. We're a real community. We all know each other. We all speak to each other. And, you know, there's a lot that we can do to work together, but this is a residential street. We do not want you know, disturbance all night. There's plenty of other places in London where they won't disturb people with late night deliveries, but please not on this street. And we've already got more than enough mopeds. We just cannot cope with any more. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And if I'll call Wisdom Bustani.
I just echo what you've just said. You can't, you know, the big emphasis has been on controlling the motorbikes, the delivery bikes, but you can't control the people in the street that are eating very late and causing a nuisance. And it's not only about the motorbikes of Papa John's. This is so many restaurants, and it's like the context of this application within what's happening in the area, I think needs to be taken into account. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Wisdom. Simon Jones.
Yes, hi, Chair.
You have 3 minutes, Simon.
Yeah, thank you. Just going to run through a bunch of comments that I've noted here again. I saw that you've basically made a bunch of applications, it seems like all over London, to sort of almost create hell across the city with 5 AM licenses that you've obviously got granted, luckily, somewhere else. But I think at a company level, it seems like you've just sort of tried it on wherever you can to maximize each store's footprints, opening hours, to go round the clock. So you know, New York's known as the city that never sleeps. I think you trying to want to make London this as well, but I think we're a bit more resistant to this sort of all-night party culture that is also prevalent in continental Europe. So that's my first comment, that, you know, I think you've hit a bit of a stone wall here in Fulham, because as you can see, we've got 50 plus objections to even going half an hour and an hour and a half, as I call it, the Cinderella hour, which is midnight. An ex-girlfriend of mine said nothing good happens after midnight, and I would sort of tend to agree with her largely. You know, that in Fulham Broadway, you know, it's quite a busy area anyway. But the main thing is, at some point, and roughly 12 midnight to 6 AM, 7 days a week, we want some element of sleep. And going back to Fulham being the worst sleep-deprived neighbourhood in London, and then, you know, you won't get away with it. I think the comments made by Mr. Athor, I think, were rather dismissive of residents, like we haven't got a clue what we're talking about, we're idiots. I think they were rather dismissive and actually aggressive. And also to the licensing authorities, that they didn't know what they were doing and just granted anyway, sort of thing. I think the tone of this was not really, you know, conducive to actually getting along with us. I actually did do a store visit, for your information, on the 18th of August. I took several pictures of the store. I see it has a very tiny bench in that store with for about 3 people with 2 stalls. So a bunch of drivers in there isn't going to cut the mustard. Actually, you physically won't fit them in. I see in the photographs that all of your mopeds are petrol, so that is damn noisy. Again, you know, they're all around Fulham Broadway. At any one time, there's probably 50 mopeds in this area. To increase that noise footprint, no, absolute no. and people are sick of it, as you've seen. I bring your attention to John Shatner, or Shatner, as I'm thinking pronouncing it, but the founder of the company obviously made a bunch of racist comments, that just the company culture overall. Just bring your the committee's attention, just Google Papa John's scandals and you'll see what I'm talking about in the press.
Simon, we're almost on the 3 minutes now, so
okay, I'm finishing up. Yeah, so that's it. I think overall I haven't and I did ask, I called Milton Keynes, Papa John's, on the 18th of August, and I said, can you call me back? I'd just like to chat through the application, that especially the 5 a.m. stuff was never called back. Never received anything from
okay, so
from the applicant either. So
I'm terribly sorry to cut you off, but
that's it. Yeah.
But thank you for your assistance with it. And if I come to Martin Band.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to say a bit more. I don't actually have that much more to say. I think that I agree with all the comments of fellow residents. I'm not one of the unfortunate people that's within a few yards of Papa John's. I can only comment on the traffic effect in Barclay Road, which I think I have done effectively. There is for me, people aren't joining the dots. There are, I guess, two issues that are more strategic here. One is that the applications of lots of different fast food delivery places are not being considered as a group. There is undoubtedly a change and a negative impact on residents of the so-called nighttime economy. If you add up what's happening with all these food delivery outlets, McDonald's delivering later, even established restaurants doing deliveries, it was all fun and necessary during the pandemic, but it is in danger of forever changing the character of this neighborhood negatively, significantly negatively. We get all kinds of, this group here has been, this isn't the first call we've been on to do with licensing applications. There have been some ridiculous ones, like delivering 24 hours a day from the storage depot just across the road, when that depot is not even open till 10 o'clock, past 10 o'clock. Just stupid applications that should have been stopped in their tracks before wasting everybody's time. I'd like to see that changed. I'd like to see that there's some sort of designated authority, like there is in planning applications, who can, like a planning officer, if this was a planning application, this meeting wouldn't be taking place. A planning officer would have made the decision, no, this doesn't even reach the bar for us to bother the committee. I'm going to squash it. And that should be happening. There's an incredible amount of wasted time involved in applications like this. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I call Graham Saltmarsh. No. Okay, Andrew Collins. Okay, Ellen Lewis.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a few points to sum up. The new ownership came in place in March, and whether they started in June. But the photos that were supplied by the residents were on the 17th of July, and 19th of September. The breaches that were made and confirmed by the council were the 17th of July and the 1st of August. This all just reiterates that nothing has changed, and even under the new ownership. In terms of the delivery drivers themselves, the delivery dockets, as Catherine calls them, or delivery, we believe this is directly the delivery, Papa John's delivery drivers, because Uber Eats and the other third parties, their delivery slips are very different, and they don't actually contain the highly sensitive information of a customer's name, their full address and their mobile numbers. And these have been strewn all over the floor. It's continuous because I literally visited there last night and I've got in my hand a hard copy, which obviously I reported to the police and the ICO, and also the residents that we've been speaking to today, and I've actually picked them up today. And the absolute intention, which was really summarised brilliantly by Simon Jones, and I thank you for that, is that this is systematic from Papa John's head office, that they have just put out a 24-hour hours applications and 5 a.m. deliveries. And what Charlotte specifically said is that she initiated the contact to try and engage with the head office. They didn't even bother to do that until they put the 24-hour application in, and then contacted Charlotte. And that's very clear. So their intentions have been very, very plain and blatant. And I really appreciate the councillors, in terms of what they've said. Why haven't they implemented changes since February? They had 6 months to make some really simple, good relations with the community, and yet they have done zero. And that, on this basis, I really genuinely hope that the council and the committee here tonight take on board what we've said and completely object this until this operator shows that they are part of the community, not part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Miranda Gilpin, please.
Thank you, Chair, but I think I've said everything I need to say now. Thank you. But I very much, on behalf of Vanston Place Management Company, object to this application.
Thank you very much. Can I come to Harry Spencer Smith, please? No, so can I come to Bahar Ghaffari?
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 key points, really. I think the main issue here is that we are a residential street, coping with what is already an area that's changing around us, with multiple food and alcohol outlets around us. We have, as I've said before, young families with children. We should be able to live in our residential area feeling like it is a residential area without concerns of constant licensing applications to increase noise and disturbance. My final point is that we cannot legislate for how people behave when they pass through the area, but we can certainly legislate for how late we allow businesses around us to remain open and attract that footfall. Thank you.
Thank you, Bahar. And the last on my list is, sorry, I will come to Charlotte last, but
can I speak?
Charlie McTaggart. Yeah, sorry, I've got you on my list, Charlie.
Thank you. Just to go back a bit, we never got any letter from PJ Corp at all. There was no correspondence. There was no, nothing. And that's one point. The other point is that I just think that we, as a residents group, PJ Corp doesn't understand that we are a community in the street, that we know each other and that we talk to each other, and that we're not just another group of people or street residents in any other part of London. This is the community of Walham Grove and North End Road. And that's why we live here, because it is a community. And if PJ Corp decides to think they can throw away the community by just bulldozing their way through it, without due diligence and cooperation with the community, it's crazy. They're going to cause more aggro than they're actually wanting to produce. And that's probably one of the reasons why the previous owners or licensees couldn't want to make it work. Lastly, okay, why not consider virtual kitchens, dark kitchens? There are several operating in probably in Hammersmith, but I definitely know of one in Wimbledon, and I know one in Battersea, 24 hours, light industrial units, perfectly designed for extraction, for heating and noise, and it's designed for this, rather than have it in a residential area that's lived in by many, many, many people. And that's why we live here, because it's a community. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlie. Charlotte, you have up to 15 minutes, should you wish to use it.
Okay, just about 4 or 5 points. Thank you. First of all, we discussed Papa John mopeds, but we didn't even get to the other delivery services. So Papa John's is on Uber Eats app, and they're on the other app. You know, I don't think they're on, well, it didn't even get discussed. That's the point that I want to make. So they deliver via the big 3 or the big 2 as well, either all the time or part of the time. So the manager wasn't really, well, he chose not to discuss the others, which I think is quite devious. Let's put it that way. So that's another whole discussion. But again, if the committee is going to do anything but reject this application, they need information about that. And if they're going to have certain, it's very confusing. Okay, we went over the correspondence. I think it's very unfair of the applicant to push these accusations. I mean, all night I've been accused of things, and so has my colleague Ellen, and others have been accused as well. And if we ever have another meeting like this, it cannot be in this form from an agent. It's very unfair. We have spent 400 or 500 hours on this, getting evidence together. It's very, very good evidence. It's been looked over by legal people. It's been looked over by planning people. You know, we know what we're doing. We've done this many times. We're here to save our community, and we're going to, but we don't need to be accused of things. Thank you very much. As well, I'd just like to say that the agent, I don't even think the agent has read through a lot of the agenda packs. He couldn't even tell us. I can tell you offhand where those letters are from the people who said, no, I don't agree with this extra hour. Of course, they're in the original agenda pack. That's how it works. And the license itself, the current license, you know, put your hand up if you know how many conditions are on it. And anyway, condition 3 states clearly that you are going to have litter patrols and you're going to take care of all your litter. And you don't do that. So suggesting that you're going to do that through a new condition, it's folly. It's just folly. Finally, I'd like to say that it's very important moving forward that we think about these delivery economy situations and how the whole thing is really taking over our residential lives. And that's where we need the committee to be really smart and to find ways to use the licensing objectives to help residents remain residents in Fulham. What is Fulham but residents, residential roads, beautiful new buildings, beautiful old buildings, restored markets such as the North End Road Market, which we're very grateful for. And we thank Councillor Coleman especially for heading that up and his passion for residents and for this corner of Fulham. And we thank the 3 councillors here tonight for your passion for Fulham. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Charlotte. Councillor Coleman, you do have a right to finish off with the summary, should you wish to.
I'm intending to make myself popular by saying I've said everything I need to say tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
I think everyone's got the. Thank you.
So I'll come now to the applicant, Richard and Willati. Thank you for listening through to everything the residents have got to say. You have 57 minutes, or up to 57 minutes, to summarise.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps won't be as popular as Councillor Coleman, but certainly won't be using the full 57 minutes. I do want to just point out there wasn't an opportunity earlier, and that there was an email to Charlotte Dexter on the 18th of August, where I say I've been passed on an email from licensing authority. I understand that yourself and the other residents would like to meet the applicant.
Yes, I mentioned that.
Sorry,
excuse me. Sorry.
Sorry, Charlotte. I can't. We must allow.
My fault. Apologies.
Yeah.
And I put in the dates. I should be grateful if you could please let me have some dates, times when you would like to have, when you would have availability for that meeting. We responded to Charlotte because she took the initiative to contact us. And as has already been explained, the reason why we didn't contact the other residents is because it was done for us through the licensing system, and which is the preferred route, as your licensing officer has already pointed out to yourself. I'm a little bit perplexed to hear that the residents think there have not been any improvements or any changes. Having looked at the key points that were being emphasized at the last meeting, the first one was the unauthorized sales of food up to 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Well, that doesn't happen anymore, and nobody's presented evidence to that effect. So if that is not a change, well, I don't know what is. Richard Campbell you heard from today, I'm sure you will all agree his approach, given his background, his experience, and the commitments that he has expressed today are very different to the evidence that you heard from the previous applicant, completely different. And I also need to make this point, and it's quite fundamental. Yes, we've taken on these premises since June, but we have never provided licensable activities ever to this date. We have not used our license, and there has been no evidence to that effect. We have voluntarily chose not to use our authorization until this application was determined. And I know there was something made of the previous conditions on the license about litter patrol, but that was a very general, there will be litter control. And I didn't get the full opportunity to explain myself. If you look at the condition that I put forward in that respect, and also just emailed to your licensing officer, it has a lot more teeth. Something actually happens. You know, there will be people going around and looking at this every 50 meters. We will document it, etc., etc. That is not on the existing license. Okay, and also we've been, a comment has been made that perhaps I've not even read the supplementary been said in those previous agendas are misleading. And even today, whilst we might have been criticised for some of the tone in that agenda, nothing has been said. Obviously, this is recorded, so you can look back at this. Nothing has been said to rebut the points that we have made as to why their evidence, the information they presented, is misleading. And certainly we can't be taking things at face value. It's there. I don't intend to go into detail. You've got it in written format. Now, as to the discussion, for want of a better phrase, about the police and the area, well, it's part of the residents' own evidence that the police licensing force made quotes and gave information about this area. But despite all that, they took on board leading licensing case law and came to a conclusion that the right thing to do is to grant the application. I know it's not binding on the subcommittee. The subcommittee is entitled to make their own decision. It is their decision but they are a responsible authority under the Licensing Act, and case law tells us their views should not be dismissed or depart from lightly. So I would ask you to take that into account. And there's been a lot about policy and expectations, but expectations are not obligations. We have made a valid application which has been accepted by this local authority. Otherwise, we simply would not be here. And we have to today apply the law as it is. I know it's not always perfect. I get that. But we're not here to change the law. Now, we should not certainly be applying it how we think or the residents think it should be applied for. There are certain things which we have to deal with, but they're not always in line with licensing. So we have to take a step back and ask what is actually relevant. The conditions, after we made the application in line with the law, and I would say we haven't done anything outside the accepted process, it is completely irrelevant at what point we volunteer conditions, whether that's at the outset, whether that's after negotiations with the police, environmental health, and whether it's after we've tried to engage with the residents, but that didn't come to fruition, or whether we get to this stage, because licensing is, as stated many times and alluded to by high court cases, it's about the here and now, and the here and now is today. And as I've alluded to, those conditions have already been emailed to your licensing officer during the course of this hearing. I also just want to comment on the discussions about busyness of roads. We're talking about licensable activities, what we're applying for today from 11 p.m. Now, I'm not going out there and done any surveys, but in terms of anecdotal evidence, there certainly, to me, seems that the roads aren't as busy after 11 as they are before. Okay, and we've also strayed into areas, a lot of areas, which again, we're not saying they're not important, but they're not relevant for today's purposes. They are part of a different committee, a different agenda, and discussions for other days. For example, highways issues. And residents, we're asking residents, we're elevating them to the status of experts, and that's incorrect, because the Highways Authority, Planning Authority, similar authorities are responsible authorities who have been served with this application. Now, I know the residents don't want this on their doorstep, and I get that. And this wouldn't be the first time premises like this, whether it's Papa John's, and I'm not going to name other names, but you know who they are, Papa John's competitors, it's not the first time they have applied and been granted licenses in locations not only similar to this, but also far more sensitive, and the community coexists. And I hope the Richard Campbell's evidence today went some way in reassuring you in that respect. And we are not the franchisors. We have a global brand to protect, and that should give you more reassurance. Okay, now just going back to the sort of more formal part of my summing up, if I may. This is an application, as I've already said, which this applicant is entitled to have determined on its own merits. The timing of it, whether they should have done it now or before or in a year's time, is completely irrelevant, because if it was irrelevant, your licensing department would not have accepted this application. And it's telling, and there's nowhere in the evidence at all, we have never received a direct complaint from the residents. And there is certainly no evidence of that. I mean, the store itself, up until the application was made, and lo and behold, we get these objections. We are not here to dismiss the concerns of the residents, and we generally do want to work with them. But working does mean give and take. And in the words, to paraphrase what the judges say, it is a competing of two interests and finding the right balance. It's not a yes or no type of a scenario in licensing. So we would also say that the concerns in the application, in terms of the future, they are speculation based. Yes, we've heard from 50 residents telling us their complaints, their allegations, but it's never been substantiated by any of the authorities. And I find that strange after so much time. They also suffer from issues that are not premises specific or strictly relevant to licensing, as I've said, for example, highways planning and general litter in the area. So it'd be unwise and unsafe to base a decision on that. It's still your decision, I get that, but we are making our submission as to how you could reach a logical conclusion which would be robust. And we also seem to be blamed for disturbances that are not created by us or our activities or nor connected to us. Let's chuck everything into the mix and hope something sticks, but it doesn't work like that, licensing. You have to be more specific. Now, in terms of the representations, they also fail to take into account the balance and protection that will be created by the conditions volunteered in the application and agreed with the place, and also the conditions volunteered today. Any of you looking at this closely will notice that the condition to shut the premises at 11 o'clock is actually us volunteering to de-license our authorization in terms of store sales. So it's only deliveries after that. Now, with regard to speculation or unsubstantiated allegations about public nuisance, had the resident come to us and said, here is evidence of complaints to the environmental health officer, here is evidence of complaints being investigated by the environmental officer, and here is the evidence from the environmental officer to say, yes, there is a nuisance, then and only then can you say there is a noise nuisance addressing. And in this case, we've already said that. We've had a meeting with the environmental health officer, who is a part of this local authority responsible for noise nuisance in this area, who said, yes, there is a point where effectively what the residents are saying is an exaggeration and not justified. Now, going back to the process that I mentioned, i.e. complaints to the environmental health officer, then being investigated and them actually coming, there are the cases where people have justifiably been able to say that dealing with noise nuisance is a two-stage process. First, you need robust, substantiated evidence of nuisance, and then and only then can you move to the second stage and not before. Otherwise, what's the alternative? All it takes is the residents to log up together some complaints, and you can either shut down premises or stop them from opening. And it's only right we have substantiated evidence to be able to influence a licensing decision. And that can be said. The same can be said for the allegations based on crime and disorder. Now, we know is the subcommittee's decision today, but the residents have no support from the police. And why is that? They clearly know the issues. They've demonstrated that, and that's in the various bundles, but the police do support this application. And I also want to make a point about the sheer volume, and this goes in addition to the point I made about, trying to throw everything at you and hoping something sticks. And that's in relation to the sheer number of objections that you have received. Now, it can be tempting to treat licensing as a numbers game, and the temptation could be to think that if there are a number of people objecting, then there must be a problem. But case law tells us, as well as general common sense, that there still needs to be some substance. So, for example, in mathematical terms, if you have 50 people objecting, the sheer number of objections should not in itself influence your decision if each of those representations suffers from the problems that I've outlined above. In other words, 50 times 0 still equals 0. On the other hand, we have an applicant here who has a proven track record in this industry, a major global player now coming up. I'm telling you, we are part of a strategy is to turn this brand into what they want it to be, i.e. part of the community. And nobody can deny, looking back at the evidence that Richard Campbell gave today, that was anything other than convincing. They have a proven track record of successfully implementing management plans, and that's what they're going to do. Some of those have been volunteered today as applications, and they have an excellent working relationship with the authorities, and they've demonstrated that all over the country. So what are we asking you to do today? Well, it's quite simple. It's to cut through all the noise, all the things that aren't relevant, and is to simply apply the Licensing Act, the statutory guidance, and case law, and also the spirit of the licensing regime to come to the only logical decision, which is to grant the application as applied for, as subject to the conditions volunteered, agreed, and of course offered today. The residents are absolutely correct in saying that beyond the immediate area surrounding the premises, and this is in the guidance, these are matters of personal responsibility of individuals under the law, and an individual who engages in antisocial behaviour is accountable in their own right. And the guidance also states that authorities' decisions should be evidence-based, and I think this is where the residents and the applicant perhaps disagree on the definition of evidence. Allegations and complaints aren't evidence. They have to be substantiated if they are going to influence a licensing decision. And we also must take into account the principles of the High Court authority in Daniel Faison World Magistrates Court, and this is where the High Court confirmed that licensing decisions should be based on real evidence and not speculation. And we should certainly be not taking into account things that happened in the past when the license was used or abused. We have never used the license, and we have never breached licensing laws in terms of unauthorized sales. The High Court also reminds us that the intention of the Act was to be permissive, and the High Court said it is impossible to predict what a new license might bring or later hours might bring, but he said the approach has to be to grant the application, because the High Court said if there are any problems, then there are sufficient powers in the Act and safeguards in place, such as reviews and closure powers. And that, incidentally, is one of the main reasons why the Licensing Act is compliant with European law. And your licensing team will also know, and certainly the mental health officer who supports this application, incidentally, will know that there are several sets of statutory provisions to severely deal with premises found to be causing a nuisance. And surely in the society we live, substantiated evidence is no bad thing. Surely that should be the standard before we start taking decisions which severely influence businesses' growth. And I would also like you to take into account this point, that what we have given you in our summing up is effectively a template for a decision which is robust and will stand up to scrutiny in licensing terms. And as your legal advisor will know from the leading cases, various leading cases, one of which is Hope and Glory, that the licensing authority need to give full and clear reasons for their decisions. And if they are going to depart from anything that we've said today, then those reasons need to be compelling. Those days are gone when you could say, we've taken that into account, and our considered opinion is we can't have this, or we can have that. No. You have to go stage by stage with reference to the points that we've made today and say why that evidence was dismissed. Why did we not agree with the police on this, and why? And it's only when you do all of that, you will come to a decision which is robust and can stand up to scrutiny. I am fully aware that the committees are trained in all this, and we're not here to teach you how to suck eggs, but we do still need to make these points as part of our presentation and for the record, and of course, for the benefit of the residents who are here today. And we, local authorities, and as I've alluded to earlier in relation to cases where police stats were used unreliably, where local authorities, similar to those cases, choose to rely on evidence which cannot stand up to scrutiny in an appeal case, it is the local authority that pays the cost, not the objectors. And for all those reasons, that is the only logical way in our submissions of dealing with this application. And we think it would be a good starting point for us to forge good relationships with the residents, with all the commitments that we put in place. Yes, some of the conditions are duplications, but the conditions go further. They make the requirements under the condition more quantifiable, measurable. We can see clearly whether they're being complied with or not. And those are the reasons why we say the application should be granted. Unless you have any further questions for us, that is our case today.
Thank you very much for that. No, we don't have the. It's not within our procedure for people to ask further questions. Have you concluded?
Chair, yes.
Thank you very much. So,
Chair, just one point.
Can someone give me an idea how long this is going to take?
No, so Wisdom,
excuse me, can someone tell?
Wisdom, can you turn your microphone off, please? Turn your microphone off, please.
Well, I just want to ask a question. How long is this going to take? Because I really need to sign off soon.
No, Wisdom, please turn your microphone off. Okay, thank you. Malati, have you concluded?
There's just one sort of procedural point, if I may. If the councillors, and I'm sure you already know this, if the subcommittee felt that there was something that they might want over and above by way of a condition, then there is case law which says that you can come back here, reconvene and put that to the parties, and then we could take that forward as well. But other than that, that is the conclusion to our case. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you for finishing in less than half the allotted time. We'll now move to the deliberation stage. The committee will now retire to take its decision in a separate room. You are welcome to remain in the meeting to hear the committee's decision. However, this may take some time, and if you don't want to wait, a summary decision will be published on the council's website tomorrow morning. Can I ask members to turn off their video, mute their microphones, and join the private Teams meeting for deliberations. And in case any of you do leave, I would like to thank you all for the assistance you've given the committees tonight. And we will see you later on once we've made a decision.
Vikram?
Yeah, we have all the councillors back in the room.
Lorna, would you let me know when we're ready to start, or is it Anne-Marie to tell me when?
But yeah, we've got all the councillors back in the room.
Okay, then I'll reconvene the meeting. The London, this is the decision. The London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham summary decision of the licensing subcommittee, 26th of September 2023. Papa John's Pizza, 63 Walham Grove, London, SW6 1QR, the premises. The committee has considered an application for variation of the existing premises licence under the Licensing Act 2003 for the provision of late night refreshments, the application. In summary, the committee has decided, after taking into account all of the individual circumstances of this case and the promotion of the 4 licensing objectives, to reject the application. A copy of this committee's full decision will be sent to the parties forthwith. If the applicant is unhappy with the decision, they're entitled to appeal to the Magistrates' Court within 21 days from the date of notification of the full decision. This is from the Licensing Subcommittee, 26th of September 2023. And thank you all for your assistance this evening and supporting the committee. And again, I would thank the council officers. Good night.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, Chair.
Good night.
Thank you on behalf of all residents. Thank you.